Hello, hello. Happy Monday. Hi, friends. Hello, hello. How are we? May the 4th be with you. Yes, it is May 4th. My goodness. Happy Star Wars Day to all that celebrate. Or if you do something else. Oh, wait, no, that's 420. Never mind. Girl, my brain's fried. Hi, y'all. I was thinking of... Shut up. Oh, where's the Black Girls? Oh my God, sorry, I got hype train. 54 we celebrate. Hi, Raven. I hope it was good. No worries, Dragon. And Key also. Hello, hello. Look at all of you. Bum, bum. And the Met Gala at 3. Oh my God, I forgot the Met Gala's today. Guys, let's jam out the rest of this song real quick, okay? Well, we have a minute left on it, but we're gonna jam it out. I think we gotta jam it out a little bit, okay? I know it's a little loud, but we're gonna jam out to it. Happy Monday! Devil Wears Prada this weekend. I want to be me. Is that not allowed? And I'm too clever. And then I'm too fucking dumb. Rose, thank you for the 90 50s. Thank you. I'm good. So I show you that I'm not 1,000 people I could be for you, and you hate the fucking law. It's Mandy, thank you for the sub. Hate the fucking I liked it. All right. I just want to go. I just love listening to the song as we start. Guys, thank you for all the subs. Oh my God. And the love. Hello, hello. Oh my gosh. New month, new vibes. Hello. Happy day. You've seen it 3 times already. Says the name of the show, Candy. So that's because the names of our emotes changed. So if they're in your recently used, unfortunately, you have to go back in to like my username under it. Chloe, you can see in the About Me section what we're playing. And look for, thank you, Anna, for the 100 biddies. And you can find the correct emote now. So it's no longer like you have to like change it. It's stupid. It doesn't like auto do it for you. No worries, Candy Crush. Good to see you. Anna, thank you for the 100 biddies. Guys, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. My Brother Son's one of the better sequels of a classic you've seen so far. I saw it and I loved it. Hi, Realms. I saw it and I really, really loved it. I know a lot of people didn't like it. I thought it was great because it felt like it was its own standalone film. Kind of. We'll talk all about it. We'll talk all about it, of course, but once we dive into things. But I liked it a lot. I really did. Emma, it's the first of the month since we've started, so everybody's gonna be doing their resubs today. Thank you. Hi, Witchcrafts, how are you? I got a bunch of things done today. I've been dealing with my bank. I was on the phone with my bank for 2 hours today. So stupid. I had to deal with my bank today, but I wrote a full like thing for myself. Again, me being a planner, not an executor, but it was like I had to like write out some ideas of things. So that's what I did. I wrote out a bunch of ideas of things. I dealt with my bank all morning. What else did I do today? I did other things. There are other things I did do. I like also got caught up on everything I needed to catch up on. Oh, I meal prepped this morning. And honestly, those are things that I don't often do, so I'm counting those today. Hi, Mallard. Welcome in. I'm counting those this afternoon. What did you prep? I made, it's like, is it called like Marry Me Chicken or something? It's like a Marry Me Chicken pasta. It's okay. It's just like, it's like an Alfredo chicken pasta, I guess. Honeybee with the sub, taking us to the next level of the hype train. Oh my God, you guys. So I have that. And I'm making something else later. G-O. Yeah, I think it was pretty good. I had a little last night, and then I did some more prepping this morning, so it was good. I had to deal with my bank too. They kept making my coffee order as fraud. That's crazy. She's trying to be an oatmeal prepper because, girl, I cannot afford to keep going out to eat every day. My girl's gotta rein in, honey. So we're reining in on that. Oh, I also started. I found 4 new Pokemon crochet patterns, so I'm working on those. So I started that as well. Eating out is just so spendy. It's true. It's 74 in my office right now. Oh my God. It's gonna get warm in here, I think. I'm gonna turn my AC soon. Hi, Casey. I'm making up a Pokemon ball right now. A Pokeball right now. Hi, hell yeah. How are you? Welcome in, y'all. Hello. Good afternoon. I hope you guys are doing well. Oh no, Raven. Yeah, it's 66 degrees outside here today. And I started on time today because I want to end so I can go outside and like actually go for a nice walk today, because I have not been, it's been rainy here all week last week, and the rest of this week is all rain. So I swear to God, I'm taking at least this afternoon after stream to like be outside and like go for a walk and like and touch grass outside, literally, because it's supposed to rain all Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week here. And I'm like, no. And it's 66 degrees right now. And tomorrow, guys, it's supposed to be 21 degrees. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? In May, a girl's gonna be, I'm like, it's gonna snow for Christ's sake. That's crazy. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. 66 degrees. And then Wednesday and Thursday is supposed to be 10 degrees. Girl, what's going on? Girl, what's going on? Hello? That's like a 50-degree difference between now and Wednesday. Insane. But guys, thank you for the hype train. Let's see where we're at on that. We are 4 steps away from the next level, so thank you guys. But welcome in. I did take off yesterday. I am thinking that I might start just not streaming, or if we do streams on Sunday, like not be on the schedule, but just like random things, possibly. Because I kind of like having Saturday and Sunday. Saturday to like go do things and Sunday to like work on things. But we'll see. I might do it where we keep Monday through Friday consistent, but then like Sunday is like if I do like a cooking stream, or if we do like an IRL thing, or if we do something that's like a yap sesh, exactly, Robo, like something like that instead. I might start making that part of like the Sunday schedule instead of doing something like locking on that for 2 days. You know what I mean? For 2 days. But I had an interesting weekend. Both good and just interesting. I would say my weekend was interesting. And they're on Sundays. Yeah, that's a good idea, Anna. Ooh, Spill. Nothing crazy happened. Saturday, I tried to like fill my day on Saturday because I was like, I can't be in my house. I was having such a rough week. I was like, I need to get out of the house, guys. I was like, no, man. I was like, I need to get out of the house. Hi, little ducky. How are you? Guys, we got a minute left on the hype train, by the way. Thank you so much. And so Saturday I went to Target to see, because they did a Pokemon drop of like clothing and apparel. I didn't get anything, of course. But then I went to the bookstore and got a couple books, and I bought this book that you guys told me to get, and I read this entire book this weekend. This book is filthy. This book is nasty, okay? This book right here, oh, she's disgusting. She's disgusting. You guys are freaks. You nasties. So it is wild. I just ordered the second one on Amazon, but I bought 2 books. But a lot of people recommended this book to me, so I was like, okay, screenshot for later. Yeah, it's about 2 serial killers who fall in love, but it's smutty as fuck. Like, it's disgusting. It's XXX rated. Guys, thank you for the hype train, by the way. She nasty. I finished it in 2 days. I started it on Saturday and finished it last night before I went to bed. Now, I will say it is a quick read. Like, it's not like I read books that were like 600 pages, and that's why it took forever for me to read them. This was a 300 book page, but it's a very, like, it goes very fast. Like, I read 100 pages, I feel like, in like 45 minutes. Like, it's a very fast read if you're a quick reader. The story's okay. It's not like mind-boggling. It's not Pulitzer Prize winning, I'm gonna tell you that much, but it's not bad. It kept me entertained. It's not Pulitzer Prize winning, that's what I will say. I was hoping for more like intrigue a little bit, but it was like right into it, so I was like, okay. But if you like smut, you'll love this one. However, there is a lot of dark themes in it in terms of like serial killers. So if you don't like that stuff, you won't like it. But I read the first book there, um, and I kind of loved it. So, anyways, I can't read the second one. The main guy name is my cousin's name. Nope. Do you like smut? I don't hate. Listen. I'm not like a. I don't. I read this and I was like, oh, it's not bad, but I'm not like actively like looking for smut. I wish I could find. I was actually looking for more queer smut. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's not a lot of queer smut, and if anyone says heated rivalry, I can't today. But like, there's not a lot of queer smut or like queer romance smut books that are not like literal just porn books. Hi, White Scream. How are you? You saw what I was thinking. I know. It's trigger warnings at the start before reading. Yeah, there are trigger warnings at the start. Yeah, there's like, there are quite like there are literally like there's a whole list of content and trigger warnings at the start of the book. So, Red, White, and Royal Blue is a cute book. I've heard of that one. I kind of like the like fantasy. If I do anything more fantasy stuff, you know what I mean? So for the fans. Trigger warnings is in like it's about two serial killers. So like there's violence. That's the there's violence. Like I would like this book if it was about two gay. I would like this book more, I think, if it was two gay characters. You know what I mean? Because the smut is not bad. So anyways, I did that this weekend. I also bought A Darker Shade of Magic. So I'm gonna start that today. Maybe after stream I'll go outside and like go for a walk and read. I think that's what I might do. And so I got a book called A Darker Shade of Magic. You only want it to be gay because you're gay? Just saying, well, yes. I mean, yeah. That's the reason that I want it, is because I am, attracted to men. And unfortunately, the line in the book where, let's see, my pussy was tightly gripped around his cock is not necessarily what I'm looking for personally, okay? Oh my. Oh, yeah, not necessarily my cup of tea. Yeah. Nor can I relate to that. So, I could look for some if you want. I looked up some, but there's like not clutching my pearl. I'm telling you, it's a really like that's the clean version. It was not the P word, it was the C word, okay? Like it's nasty. It's a dark book. It's a dark book for sure. No. Rhymes with punt. Happy Monday, everybody. Why don't you write a gay smut book? I would rather die. I can't write, first of all. Girl, I have too many. I'm trying to do a million other things. I'm gagged. Do you consider audiobooks reading? Of course I do. Yeah. Of course I do. For the fans, but I like it as a gay romance book. I'll say it's very smutty. Okay, that's good to know. I'll have to look them up. Do you read fanfics like from AO3? No, I'm not like into. I mean, I've like seen some of them, of course. God of Fury. That's what a couple people have said already. I love joining your stream and you're smiling away. Thank you, Curls. Oh, there you go, Mallard. Mallard got it. But yeah, no, I liked it. I was good. I read the whole thing. I don't read. I was shocked that I read. I'm wondering if I read faster than I normally do, or if I read at the pace that I normally am at, because the book that I read, the books that I read before were like super long and like dense. You know what I mean? So I'm like, did I read this book really fast and it was crazy, or was it just a faster read for me? So anyways, I did that. And then I also went to a couple of card shops. I went to a card shop, guys, and they wanted to buy my cards, but for 55% of what they cost. Excuse me? I said, no, thank you. Bye-bye. No, thank you. Absolutely not. I was shocked. I was literally shocked when they said that. I was like, usually vendors do like 70% to 80%. If they're gonna purchase your cards, usually like 70 to 80%. This guy was like, we do 55% to 60%. And I was like, no. I was like, uninterested. Thank you though. And he was like kind of like shocked that I said no. I was like, do you understand? Like, I was like, why would I say yes to that? That's crazy to me. So I did do that. And then Saturday night, I had a weird evening, guys. I was like, I need to not be alone. So I went out to a bar by myself Saturday night. By myself. I don't know why I did this. It was awful. I was no. It was awful because I was the only person in the bar except for two other people. And they were like sitting at a table and nobody else was there. And I was like, okay, this sucks. No. In my small conservative hometown, absolutely not. Song of Achilles, yes, I've read that one. I read that one in high school, I think, Little Ducky. It's one of my faves. It's a great one. So that was not. Did you make any girlfriends? Girlfriends isn't like honey is gay. No. Like girlfriends, like girl pals. So that was, yeah, I wouldn't do it again. I just was like this. So I got very depressed. I did leave. I did. I had my cocktail and then I went and saw Devil Wears Prada 2 by myself. I did end up leaving. But I was like, I wanted to finish my drink because I ordered a cocktail and sat that. It was a good movie. The movie's fantastic. I loved the movie. I thought it was brilliant, actually. I thought it was a great commentary on AI and on like print journalism dying, and I loved it. It wasn't that I was out of my comfort zone. It's not that I wouldn't go to a bar by myself. Like, I have no problem. I love going out to play. Like, I do go out to places all the time by myself, usually. It's about AI. I mean, there's a big portion of it that has AI about it specifically. Yeah, I don't want to spoil the movie, so I won't spoil it. But like one of the big portions at the end is about what would happen with AI. The only part of the movie that I didn't like was the Australian contractor. Yeah, I felt like that was like a not needed plot line. It was just a not needed plot line. But I do think I don't know. I thought it was great. I think people had a lot of expectations of this movie to be like, I don't know. We can't see it at home, Chloe. It's only in theaters. I saw it at theaters. You can't see it at home. Yeah, I didn't like that. What movie? It's Devil Wears Prada 2. Devil Wears Prada 2. I went to the theater and saw it. So I went. I mean, I thought it was really good. I don't know. I really enjoyed it. I was a big fan. I actually left feeling kind of inspired a little bit. I was like, oh, I'm inspired. Like, this was inspiring for me. Yeah, legally, I guess. Legally. I left leaving a little bit inspired, actually. I think. I also love that they used like genuine art. Like, it's so funny because like in the beginning of the movie, there's this isn't a spoiler because basically it's the plot of the movie, but Miranda, there's like a thing that happens for Miranda, like almost like a scandal or whatever. And so there's all these like memes that are going on the internet, and they had one that looked like an AI generated image of Miranda Priestley working at McDonald's. And I love it because what they did is they hired an artist to make that image, like paint that image. So it's handmade art, even though it's supposed to meant to look like AI. They hired an artist to actually make it rather than trying to generate it with AI. And I was like, that fucking rocks. Like, I love that shit. I was like, sign me up, baddie. Every damn day. So it's probably, I know. Yeah, I was like, every damn day, sign me up. I was like, I love that. So that was really cool. And I just thought the movie was I don't know, like I thought it was it's a great sequel. Like, it wasn't supposed to be, you know how like a lot of sequels from like these cult classic movies are like basically just playing into the memes of the first movie to like appease the audience that loves it. This to me felt like it was its own sequel. Like it was its own movie that existed and had a very good plot, was very relevant to stuff happening today. Like, I don't know. I was like, oh, it's good. Like, this is very good. Like, it was very good. And so I was just super into it. It's good too. Yeah, I thought it was very well done. A lot of people did not like it, which I get. I get why some people didn't like it. Hi, Sam Cherry, how are you? No, don't worry. We started just 20 minutes ago, but I really loved it. I really did. A lot of people didn't like it, but I really, really liked it. I thought it was good. No, I hate horror movies. I hate them. Yeah, no, I was very pleased with it. And I was feeling inspired. So there were almost too many celeb cameos. I won't lie. Oh, I fucking love her. She was fantastic. Um, I will say there were so many celeb cameos. I was like, oh my God, there are like too many actually. Like it felt like there were just like every time something happened, there was another celebrity on the screen. I was like, oh, okay. Like funny. But I thought it was really good. I thought it worked. I thought it was relevant to Donatella Versace. I thought it was relevant to the time. I thought the storyline was great about AI and print journalism and also the way the world has shifted in terms of like that industry from when the movie came out 20 years ago. How different it is now. I don't know. I thought it was good. I thought it was really good. I watched the first one. Shame. No, I'm kidding. So anyways, that was my weird Saturday evening. So I didn't like I loved watching the movie, but the bar thing was a little weird. And I was a little depressed with that. I was like, I need to get out of here right away. On the celebrities, yeah, there was a lot. I agree, Chloe. I agree with that a lot. The first one was a comfort movie for me. I watch all the time. Yeah, I always put that on in the back. Like there are movies that I put on in the background sometimes, and that's one of them. That's on my list. So I'm so pumped. Yeah, he was great. He was funny. I mean, he was only in it for like 30 seconds or whatever, or 45 seconds, but he was really funny. You know, he was quite the trauma. So I thought he was funny. What else? So yeah, that's what I did Saturday. The bar thing was weird. The bar thing was really weird. I was like, I need to die. I need to get out of this town. I was like, I cannot do this. I was like, oh my God, this is awful. I was like, oh my God, I hate this. Wait, what happened? I just went to a bar because I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go out by myself just to like go out. Because I don't do anything and I need to get out of my house. So I was like, my backup plan was to go to the movies in case, you know what I mean? So I went to this bar and it was just awful. It was just bad. Look cute. Yeah, I missed the preview because I was a little late. I missed the preview for it. So anyways, it was not great. I was the only one there except for like a couple sitting at a booth or something. No, it wasn't even that it was MAGA Central. It's just like sitting in a full bar alone is not. Yes, absolutely. Oh my God, sitting alone in an empty bar is like totally like I expected to go sitting at a full bar and I was like, oh, there's literally no one here. Abigail, thank you for the sub. Thank you, Batty, for 2 months. Retirement town, kind of, just like nothing to do in this town. Just like nothing to do in this town. And so I was like, okay. And then I ran into somebody from my high school. I went at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. I didn't go early. You know what I mean? And then I went to, hey, at least you get pegged. Okay, Chloe. Crazy. I went at I ended up going to the movies at 9:30. 9:30. So like the movie was like at 9:30. I got there like 9:40 or something. So I went to the bar at like 8:30. So it's not like I went like early in the day. You know what I mean? At the bar, exactly. Now this was a cocktail lounge. Like this place specifically in my town is like trying to do like elevated drinks because I will not go to my town bar that is like MAGA Central. I would rather choke. Would rather choke. But this place usually is busy, and I was like, nope, this is not. I was like, this is not it. Yeah, and it's like all like 60 to 70-year-old men. You know what I mean? I'm like, no, thank you, and their wives or whatever. Like, no, thank you. So, anyways, that was kind of depressing, and I was like, all right. I also was like, ugh, because I like text multiple people I knew, and they all had plans. And don't you hate when that happens when you're like actually trying to make plans? And so you text all the friends that you do know who are like around. And so I texted all of them, and all of them had plans with their significant others or other people. And I was like, okay. I was like, okay, love my life. Love my life. Love it. Oh my God, Abigail, I hope you're okay. I'm sending you love, Batty. Oh God, I feel the same way. Yeah, it's like one of those things where you're just like, So, no, it's not even that. It's that like I just was like, you know. It's just like, girl, I need to have friends. It's so hard to make friends at this day and age in our lives. You know what I mean? It's so hard to make friends. So I was like, all right. So that was my thing. And then Sunday, you got us. I don't. In the most loving way possible, I do, but I don't have you guys. You guys are virtual people. In the most loving way possible, you're not real people. Like you're not real as in I can go to a bar with you guys, you know what I mean? Or we can sit on the couch and watch TV, or I can, form a romantic relationship with you guys. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing there's a different dynamic there. I'm fine. My pride hurts and so does my knee. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad that you're okay though. Like otherwise, that's good to know. As you keep staying at home. Yeah. Hi Emma, how are you? But yeah. I just there isn't. That's what we talked about last stream too. Is like just having that real life real life person to interact with is something that I crave. So I'm trying to already make plans for this weekend. I'm trying to like make plans this weekend. I don't know. See if I can do something. I don't know. But the other issue is like I'll make dates and these guys are just awful. These men are just awful, guys. Like I can't. These men are just terrible. I'm so over it. I'm like so beyond over it. I'm like I can't. Just awful. Just terrible. Just terrible. So it's just one of those things. They really are. They really, really are. Like it's just awful. Maybe you'll catch your friends before they made plans. It'll turn out better. Yeah, it's not even that they made plans. It's just like there's only a couple around in my area, How about you? But I have issues with talking to people. I don't have issues like if people are around me, I can talk to them no problem. I actually am very easy to be sociable with people I don't know. It's just that like the people in this town where I live are not necessarily aligning with what I would want as morally as friends. You know what I mean? That's the big thing. And second, 98% of them have like their own lives and like it's harder for me. I feel like it's hard. I feel like there's two different types of people at my age. Maybe you guys experience this too when you're like in your late 20s. You have people who have like really rooted down and started their lives. And this is the town where people do that. They've rooted down, they've started their lives, they have kids, they have, weekend soccer matches with their kids. You know what I'm saying? Like they have like lives that are very, very much very different from my life, right? Where I still feel like I'm in a like there's a different types of people in terms of our lives at the moment. And I think that also I'm doing good, Francisco. How are you? Sounds like torture. Yeah. No, it's not even like you kids, but it's just like they just have very much more rooted, like much more things going. You know what I mean? They just have shit going on. You know what I mean? Where it's like me, I'm like, hey, I got every day is a new day for me. I got nothing holding me to any which way, which I love, but also at the same time, it's like it's harder to connect with people. I think that do have. It's harder on both ways to connect with people. It's harder if you have a more like stable family life. You have a rooted system. It's harder to connect with people who don't have that because like the way that our lives work are just very different things. Yeah, paths all start to split, so it makes making new friends very complicated, very complicated. And as Chloe said, I do have you guys, but at the same time, it's also like, girl, I need physical interaction. Or totally understand. I feel the same. Everyone I know is engaged or married with kids or pets at home. Yeah, exactly. Actually, yeah. A lot of you guys get it. You guys understand. I mean, that's why you guys are here, right? So anyways, it was weird because I went to a bar by myself. Wouldn't go back. Don't think I'd do it again. It wasn't bad per se, but like, I was like, no. I was like, no, thanks. I just could not, Never get invited anywhere anymore. Yeah. And it's like, that's okay. You know what I mean? It's like, it's tough. It's tough, Did you call us lonely? No, I'm not calling you guys lonely. I'm saying like some of you guys get the like the difficulty, I guess. I was the same until I did get married. I struggled as I stayed home and barely got out. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny for me. It's like, I don't have a problem. If somebody wants to make plans with me, I will make them in a heartbeat. I will change my schedule around. You know what I mean? Like if my friend texts me right now and was like, "Hey, what are you doing on Wednesday evening? Do you want to like go out and have drinks?" I'd be like, "Yes," and I would like move my shit around for that. You know what I mean? Um, it's just the lack of people who that's part of the issue, I think. And I think part of that is like as you are in your mid to late 20s, you leave the like ecosystem if you went to college or if you went to, you know, or if you stayed through high school or whatever, that ecosystem of just being forced to be around people all the time. Now you're not. So it's a very interesting sort of I don't know, phenomenon. So I did a lot of that, dealing with that a lot this weekend. Yes. Oh my God, Ashley. I want people to initiate with me all the time. It's harder for my brother to make friends because his job, but I'm a server, so it's much easier for me. So it's hard, you know? Yeah, exactly, Nikki. Yeah. It's a tough thing. Adult culture shock. Yeah. Yeah. It's very interesting. So, anyways, I did that this weekend. But Sunday, and then Sunday I yesterday I like meal prepped, I like cleaned, but I also chilled. I finished reading that nasty ass smut book that you guys all recommended. Disgusting. So if you like really nasty shit, you'll love this book. If you really like nasty shit, you'll like this book. There's two more, and I'm probably gonna read both of them now because I'm like in the storyline. I feel like I have to. But I read the whole damn thing. I'll tell you what. I read the whole damn thing. Have you read Lights Out? No, I have not. I have not. I went to Barnes and Noble and bought 2 books just because bought this and A Darker Shade of Magic, which I'm going to start that today, hopefully. Hopefully. Hey, I give that book 5 stars. I mean, it's not a bad book. It's definitely just like, I feel like the storyline exists for the smut a little bit, and not in a bad way. But it's not like a Pulitzer Prize, you know. As I said earlier, it's not. It is exactly what it's meant out to be. And I bought it knowing that it's going to be. Lights Out is worse, is it? I bought it knowing what it was going to be. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of nasty things that happen in this book, and you're like, oh, oh my. But like, it's not like, I don't know, terrible. But then I got to a point where I was like, okay, so they're in love. Now what? You know what I mean? It's like, okay. Like, I feel like with romance books, it's like, I don't know. It's like, okay, they fall in love. Now they're doing it every 5 pages. Now what? You know what I mean? I'm like, I feel like the first half of the book is building to them doing it, and then they do it, and now they're together. And now they're just like calling each other love every 5 seconds. And I'm like, okay, now what? You know, I need more. Haunting Adeline. What's that one about? I've been playing yeah, I've seen a lot of people playing the Droid Tycoon game. I don't know if we'll play it. I don't know. Isn't it like Steal the Brain Rot? Has anybody played it? Has anybody played it on Fortnite? Fun 2 for Team Deathmatch. We'll have to look at some of them. Isn't it like Steal the Brain Rot, or is it not? The tension is the best part. You lose me when you're happy together. I don't mind. I like when there's not. I need like a second. Like if we're doing smut, Brain Rot, but like better. Okay, gotcha. If we're doing smut, who else said they played it? Did Chloe say who else said that they liked this stuff? Who was saying it? Was it Chloe? Who else said it? Yeah, we're playing Fortnite. We're gonna start here in just a second. I'm just yapping for a few. I want to know what other people's thoughts on the Star Wars stuff. Hi, Blame Me Later. How are you? Happy Monday. Almost like a brain rot Star Wars. Haunting Adeline is very dark romance, very dark themes. Oh, see, I don't mind the romance. I just feel like I need more of a plot line that's secondary, or that goes with, that is like almost a little bit more pressing than the romance itself, if that makes sense. Hey, thank you, Haley. I appreciate it. I feel like I need a little bit more of a plot line, you know? Like, I think if the main plot line is just them hooking up, then I'm like, okay, I need something a little more, you know? So I'm very curious to see how the second and third book goes for this. For those who read it, you got to like I'm just curious, because now we've done everything. I mean, I know there's like a hint at the end on what's supposed to happen, but I'm like, okay, now what? You know what? Like the whole book was leading up to them doing it, and then they did it, and I'm like, okay, now what? You know? The Star Wars maps are so boring. You didn't like them? I thought some people say they liked them? I'm reading Crescent City currently. I just finished Direbound, and that was a good book. And the next one comes out tomorrow. Ooh, okay. I just got A Darker Shade of Magic, so I'm gonna start reading that one today. I ordered the second book for Butcher and Blackbird. I ordered the second one because there's 3. I did feel a little embarrassed. So I couldn't find the book at Barnes and Noble. And so I asked A Darker Shade. Blame Me Later. Have you read that one? And so I asked one of the Barnes and Noble's workers. I was like, hey, do you have Lark and Leather? Oh, okay, wait, is it actually is it good? I didn't hate, I'm like on the book itself. I mean, I read the whole thing in 2 days. I asked the worker and she gave me a look like this. Like when I said, do you have Butcher and Blackbird? She went like this. Like she looked at me like, and I was like, yes, just give me the sex book, girl. Just shut up. Give me where is it? Tell me where it is. And of course it was in the spicy book talk romance section that they had at Barnes and Noble, like out on the thing. No, they have computers, but now you can't initiate it. I used to love it at Barnes and Noble because you could go up to the computer and look up the book itself. No, not anymore. So I had to ask somebody, and I was like, she's like, there's, and she goes, when she hands me the book, she goes, there's 2 other books after this one. And I was like, I heard, yeah. And she was like, enjoy it. And I was like, okay, bye. And she had been like in her like 60s. I was like, girl, I'm not doing this with you. I was like, I'm not doing this with you. Please. I was like, please just give me the book and let me go. And then I went up to check out, and the guy who was checking me out at the bookstore was definitely, and he was like, oh. And then, of course, so I tried to do something. I was like, do you have any Pokemon cards? I was like, do you have any Pokemon cards? As I'm like trying to like get this over with. I'm like, oh my God, judgy bitches. Don't have it out then. I finished Throne of Glass series, and I have been in such a slump after finishing that whole series. Yeah. I did not read Throne of Glass. I don't know if I would like it. I don't know if I would. Very well. I'm cackling. Yeah. I will say, if I'm going to read smut, if I'm going to read a smut book, it's got to be a good one. And I need the POV of the man, because I'm attracted to men. Like, I need both POVs. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, I can't do the like, like, I need both. Do you like romantasy? I like romantasy probably a little bit more, but I'm not like, I do need, also, I'm going to be real. Like this, you were right. They met immediately in this book. And I was like, damn, no backstory, nothing. You're in it. And I didn't hate that. But at the same time, I was like, oh, I would have loved, like, I need world building, I think. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm going to my local shop next week. Okay. Like I want, and I'm not saying that I want this book because I hate J.K. Rowling, but like the world of like Harry Potter and the whole storyline of Harry Potter, for example, but with smut added into it. You know what I mean? Like that's what if I'm going to read smut, I want to have, the smut is not the focus. The smut is the joy that adds into the fun. You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to read, you know. Dorina fan, not really, no. Is Throne of Glass like that? The thing about Throne of Glass is I was like, I don't know. Like, do you get both POVs? I'm like, I don't know, you know? I was like, And I do feel like all the stories are a little similar in that it's like this rough and tumble, hard-edged man who's either a killer or he's a bounty hunter, or he's, oh, you did? It went to my spam. I'll have to check it later. Blame me later. I'll check it later. It probably went to my spam, so I didn't see it. Or like, you know what I mean? Like they're all the same. And the girl's like, I've been trapped, but I'm my own tough girl too. And I have all this stuff. And I'm like, okay. Same trope. Confident girl, mysterious man. You know what I mean? It's like the same trope, and then they end up hooking up. And then they have a lot of like quips back and forth about how they actually hate each other, but then they love each other at the end. And I'm like, the plot's too similar. Yeah, that's the thing for me. It's like, I don't really need the like, not that I don't mind the gruff man, but I'm like, I'm not a big into dragons, so I didn't want to read Fourth Wing because of dragons. The dragons for me were the turnoff for Fourth Wing. It's like, okay, girl. Yeah, it's like, okay, girl. Read the Powerless trilogy. Ooh, okay. Vinny wants a story with sex, not sex with... Exactly. Have you seen Housemaid, the movie? Is that the one with... I've seen it basically all over TikTok with Sydney Sweeney, right? Earthling, thank you for the subscription place for Earthling. Sub for 6 months. Happy year, baddie. Hi, Care Bear. How are you? They don't fuck the dragons. Oh, well, that's good. I'm just not into like dragons in terms of like as like a theme, I guess, or like having dragons. I'm like, nah, doesn't really interest me. Yeah, I don't need that. It's not that I don't want the girls to be badass. It's just I feel like it's the same trope over and over again. And I'm like, I would rather just have something like I want 2 gay men, or I want like 2 or like just a different dynamic. That's like not mysterious gruff man and sassy confident woman. Like I just need a different dynamic, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that the woman doesn't have to, I'm saying I just need a different dynamic between the 2 of them, you know? Because I feel like that's the same, it's just like retextured people each time. Like I feel like the 2 people in this book are, if I read ACOTAR, I'd probably be like, yeah, they're very similar in terms of character theme and type, probably. I mean, I'm making an assumption, but I just assume. It was the same from the book that I just read that I was trying to read, which isn't even smut, but it's the, oh my God. Which one of you sent it to me? It's the book about she's a witch, but her magic is with her period blood. You guys sent me the weirdest shit. Oh my God, what's it called? I didn't finish it. I read like half the book. Oh, and witches are like banned from the world. The headless hunter heart. What is it called? Oh my God, I can't think. It's literally in the other room. I have a Kindle. The thing for me with Kindle, I actually do. I just read my last books on a Kindle and it was fine, but I do like reading a physical copy more. Me Visualize Crazy. Oh my God, what is it called? It's literally in the other room. I can go grab it. It's on my bookshelf in there. Yeah, she uses it like the magic that they get is blood, but it's through their period. Oh God, what is it? What's the name of the book? Oh my God, it's a trilogy. They're all also, why is every book series a trilogy now? I've also noticed that. Well, so my work computer, yeah. I've also noticed that every book now is just a fucking trilogy. I'm like, oh my God. We can write 1 book and be done. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm curious to read the 2nd and 3rd book of this, but I'm like, this could have been 1 book. So they are magical once a month. So she can collect the blood and hold on to it. And the older the blood is, the less potent it is. I know. I love this is the first thing. Yeah. The House of Night novels are like, hold on, let me go grab the book because I'm going to go crazy. Hold on. Heartless Hunter is the name of the book. Heartless Hunter. I was halfway through it and I stopped. I stopped. But it was the same kind of trope. Oh my God, I forgot I had this really nice bookmark in it though. I'm gonna use that. The trope is fine. For Butcher. Oh, is it really? Okay, Amy. I'm curious then. Which Grave of Blood? Yeah, so basically the way that the book... Okay, I'll read you the synopsis. Lila, thank you for the sub! Oh my God, I appreciate it. Thank you. 9-month streak. Holy shit, thank you. Enemies to lover doesn't get more high stakes than a witch and a witch hunter falling in love. Like, you know what I mean? The fuck it. It's just, you know, it's the trope. Sassy witch, mysterious grunt witch hunter You know what I like that it's just it's the trope. I feel like that's every romantasy is very much that. You know? I will say, guys, it's not as disgusting as you think it is. I don't want you to. I don't want to like people. This is like a New York Times bestseller. I think like people love this book. I didn't hate it, but it wasn't for me. Like it's not bad. It's just that her magic is through her period blood. That's how the magic system works. And all witches are outlawed and have been burned at the stake. And have been burned at the stake, basically. So she's a witch vigilante who rescues her kind from being purged. When a rescue goes wrong, she decides to throw the witch hunter's offer scent and gain the intel she desperately needs by courting the handsome Gideon Sharp. He's a notorious and unforgiving witch hunter loyal to the revolution. And too late, Rune realizes she might be falling for him. Well, I don't know if it's okay, guys. This book is set in like the 15th. It's like old timey. It's fantasy. I mean, yeah, you can buy your own. You can buy New York Times bestseller. Gideon loathes the decadence and superficiality Rune represents. But when he learns the Crimson Moth has been using Rune's, also they call her the Crimson Moth because she's using her blood. Has been using Rune's merchant ships to smuggle renegade witches out of the Republic. He inserts himself into her social circles by pretending to court her. He soon realizes that beneath her beauty and shallow facade is someone fiercely intelligent and tender who feels like his perfect match. Except, what if she's the very villain he's been hunting? I mean, it's like, same shit, different day. Same shit, different day. You know what I mean? We need a Vinny Reed smut stream. Girl, I get banned. Maybe for my private audience. I mean, it's not bad. And I'm not saying it's like graphic. She uses blood as the magic. And she collects it through, that way. Powerless follows a girl who is in an ordinary world full of elites. Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about this book. Powerless follows a girl who's an ordinary in a world full of elites of fantasy romance. I'll have to look into that one, Brooklyn. But I eat this. Oh yeah, I mean that's why it's popular. People eat this shit up all the time. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I said I don't like smut books, and I finished this book in a day and a half. So obviously it works. If it works on me, I know it's working for every other person in the world. I finished this book in a day and a half. Okay, it worked on me. It worked on me, y'all. So people love this shit. And this one I did like this one though. I think we need a period blood witch on Tomodachi Life. Yeah. It was a little much for me. No, that's a book people keep recommending is The Inheritance Game as well. The Inheritance Game is on my list. So anyways, that's what I did yesterday as I read and kind of hung out. And I want to like smut, but I also only like picture books. Okay. Like manga or just like children's picture books? Like comic books or like just like, Goodnight Moon. Hi, Demon Wolfie. How are you? Oh, Black Rose. Listen, there's crazier shit out there. I love the Inheritance Games. I want them to do a movie on it. Is it good? Hi, Demon Wolfie. There's smut manga. Yeah, I don't want to see pictures. I mean, well, let me rephrase that. I don't not want to see pictures, but I don't want to see crazy shit, Goodnight Moon crazy. Cardi B once said, what? Keeps You Young, maybe the witch was on. Wow. And I'm curious, I would hate to listen to an audiobook on this. I'll be real, I don't think I could listen to smut. Well, I lie. I listen to boyfriend ASMR every night, so I guess that's kind of smut. I listen to boyfriend ASMR to fall asleep every night, so. Well. I do. Try the Quinn app. Oh, you better believe I've listened to Rob Rosh 50 times. read that the little trailer I can get on the audio. You better believe I have listened to him 50 fucking times. I don't know how much they're paying these actors to do that. It's crazy. It's crazy. They've talked about it. Oh, I know. I got through the Natural series, and that's the closest I'll get to the book talk. Yeah, or those gay ones. I'll have to look into it more. I did listen to the Rob Roush or whatever. I was like, I saw it on TikTok, and I was like, I need to download this app. I need to see what it is. I need to see what this is. That's so funny. Yeah, no, I've done that. No, I like ASMR in general. So I listen to boyfriend ASMR. And you know what? Don't judge. You guys know this. Don't judge me. Okay. Called being alone. Called being alone. All right. Damn. Experience. Yeah. I'll also be real. I don't love listening to audiobooks. We're going to start on TikTok here in a minute and play Fortnite, by the way. I don't love listening to audiobooks because for me, if it's not well performed, I can't get into it. I can't, like, it has to be acted almost. I have to, you know what I'm saying? Like when a reader is just like, go over, she says hello to him, how is she? I'm like, I want to die. You know what I mean? Like I need it to be like I'm, you know, when are they not, Abigail? But yeah. When are they not? Yeah, like monotone readers. I think we will do a custom match today, by the way, guys. Because I want to try the God mode stuff and see what it's like. So I do think we'll do a custom match today. Yay! Yeah. I think we will do that. Hi, just got here. My smoke alarm is going off since Friday. Oh my gosh! Wait, that's crazy. Is it like going off? Just unplug that shit. I do that all, I think all of mine are unplugged. I know. I'm gonna die. What time is that first UK bet? I have no idea. I have no idea when I would do it. I'll be real with you. It's just whenever. I'm here late. No worries, Bobby Evans. Probably closer to the end of the stream. Wait, they sucked? See, some people love them. I feel like, okay, wait. I know Chloe. Chloe, are you here? Did you say you like them? Chloe loved them. Who else loved them? Other people love them. I read some people love them, some people hated them. Hi, Hannah. I have no idea what time. Probably towards the end of stream if we do it. Because it's going to end up taking the whole stream for me to the rest of the stream to be like, this is how to set it up. This is how to do it. This is how to blah, blah, blah. I do need the Nares Liquid app. There is, you know who I love? Who I love. I tried listening to the audiobook and I couldn't do it. I still couldn't reach. Oh my gosh. I would just throw it out at that point. That's me. I love Rosamund Pike reads The Wheel of Time. She does the audiobook for The Wheel of Time, which is too long of a book series for me to read. But I did listen to a little of her reading that, and I was like, see, this is the type of audiobook reader I need. Like, that's what I also will watch on TikTok Live. Honey Bear, thank you for the follow. Do you guys ever see those like voice actors on TikTok Live doing their cute soul? Yes, welcome in. Doing their like reading a book on live. Have you guys seen that? And they're like recording their recording sessions. There's one girl I watch all the time, and I like her a lot. God, I can't think of her name. I don't follow her, but she pops up on my FYP all the time. She's always like recording an audiobook, and she does like the full, which I think is so smart, by the way. No, she's got darker hair. I think she has darker hair. I think she has darker hair. I would love to be a voice actor. Yeah, Colonel Milks is so clear. I would do audiobooks. I would do audiobooks. I feel like I could do audiobooks. I would do my like acting voice. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do this voice, but I feel like I could do audiobooks. Hi, Neela. How are you? I had a pretty decent weekend. It wasn't bad. I'm sure I'll tell everybody about it again once we start on TikTok. I'm trying to think of anything else. Oh, the campaign, by the way, is still going on TikTok, by the way. We did drop down on the board, but I feel like we can get back up there. So we will be doing that again today. It's now through, it's like 2 more days left on the campaign. So we'll see what we do. I think trying to place top 20 would be kind of cool on that, but we'll see. No pressure. No pressure. TikTok really wants me to try and do it. So I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. They were like, you should do this one. I'm like, okay, I'll do it. Leave me alone. I'm like, I'll do it. I'm a huge reader and I always get the audiobook of the book I'm reading unless I take my dog on walks. Yes. Yeah. I can't go between. It's either one or the other for me. I can't go between. My brain conceptually is like, I either need to be reading the book or I need to be hearing the book. And I can't remember what happens if I try and do both. Okay. Should we start playing some Fortnite? We have an ad break coming up anyway, so this is the perfect time. Should we start on TikTok, y'all, and do some Fortnite? Are we ready? Are we ready? Right, Michaela? Are we ready for the day? I'm ready if you guys are ready. I'm ready, except I'm not ready because my camera's in the top corner because I forgot to change it from when we were playing, what do you call it? Tomodachi Life. Let's go. All right. Let me get things started and then we'll get rocking and rolling. And I was like, I wish I had this had subtitles. You wish that our stream does have subtitles. It should. You can turn on closed captions for my stream. You can. I don't have to pee yet. You can turn on closed captions. I believe they're on. They should be on. No, for the audiobook. Oh my God, same. Okay, we're gonna break this perfect time. We're gonna start on TikTok. Let's do it up. All right, we're gonna start in. Oh, he's my favorite. He's like my main honey bear squish. Also, I love that you enjoy Pokemon as well. Welcome in. Guys, I didn't know if I showed you this, but I did get my first slab the other day. With the trades that we got from some of our pulls. Yay! Love. All right, we're going live on TikTok in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, TikTok baddies. Hi, Thomas. Hello. How are we? Hi, baddies. Good afternoon on TikTok. I was thinking for the heart me. Yes, we are, Brent. Yeah, we took yesterday off. Hello. Hi, Hunter. Welcome in. Hi, Dylan. Hi, baddies. Good afternoon, Kiki, Kels, Awissa. Thank you, guys. How are we doing? Good afternoon. Happy Monday. Fresh new day. Fresh new day, baddies. Fresh new week. I'm excited. Hi, DJ. How are you? Hi, Jessica. Welcome in. Hello, friends. How are we? I'm excited. I think it's going to be I have a feeling this week's going to be a different week and a good week this week. I'm praying at least. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're having a fabulous afternoon. JJ, thank you for the daily soda. Hi, Shelby. Welcome in. I hope you guys are doing good. Hi, Kayla. And guys, let's just have a hot to go afternoon. Shall we? Grant, thank you for the rose. Thank you guys for the taps and the shares to get us started, by the way. You woke up feeling the same, so it's going to be a good week. I love that. And that's the important thing, right? No, welcome in. Thank you guys for being here. No worries, Shelby. Guys, thank you for the heart me's and the gifties. I appreciate it. Brant, thank you for the roses. Purple, thank you for letting me do my thing over on TikTok. I hope you guys are having a good afternoon. I'm having a pretty good one. I got a bunch of stuff done this morning. I got myself a little realigned. Hi, Sarah. How are you? Hi, Desi. And now we're going to play some Fort for the afternoon. It's a beautiful day outside today, though. So we are going to play for a bit. And then I'm going outside. I'm going to go for a nice, beautiful walk today. Because it's 68 degrees in my town right now. It's gorgeous. Here. It's gorgeous here. And then tomorrow through Thursday, it's going to be 10 degrees. We're going from almost 70 degrees today to 10 degrees tomorrow. Girl, what are we doing? Girl, I cannot Oh, yeah, literally. But guys, let's get up on our taps and shares if we can. They help so much. And if you're scrolling by, make sure to pop in and say hello if you were on TikTok. I am from New York, Mike. I'm from New York. I started raining your area. I know. Today's fully clear weather, though, Francisco. I looked to make sure. So I am going out. 68 is gorgeous in Florida. Yes, no. 68 is gorgeous here. I'm ready for summer. I live in the devil's armpit. Ooh. Well, hi, Timothy. How are you? Hi, Laura. Guys, over your daily heart me's and taps and shares. We're a little behind, but we can get caught up. I believe it. Don't forget your daily heart me's. And guys, let's do our little intro to get us going for the day. But first, let's start with some native New Yorker. I know, Mike, right? Here we go. And guys, if you're seeing that TikTok, pop in and say hi. I think we're frozen. Can you guys see me?
And guess what?
It's saying no one is in the live for me. We're a native New Yorker. Okay.
Here I go.
Here I go. Hi, Taryn. Here I go. Hi, Drewski. Hi, Alex. Good afternoon, Timothy. Thank you for the heart me. Or not frozen me. Okay, slay. Okay, now it seems now things are getting back to normal a little bit. But yes, guys, who's gonna be our first follower on TikTok, by the way? Sam, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. 61 in here so far in climbing. Yeah, I was gonna go for a walk on my lunch, but started raining. No. Well, I hope you guys are having a fabulous Monday. Otherwise, I'm excited to be here and hanging out with you guys. Thank you for the heart me's and the taps as we get going. We're gonna play some Fort today. I am planning to do a custom match, I think. I am planning to move to Cali. No, I didn't like California when I went. I didn't love it. I'll be real. Well, I liked going to San Diego a lot, actually. I did like San Diego. Hi, Nicole. I did like San Diego when I went there. I did enjoy that. Yippee, yippee. But guys, we're trying to get to 15K taps and 30 shares, y'all, or 50 shares even. Let's see if we can get to it, y'all. Come visit Monterey. Ooh, okay. Hi, Julia. How are you? And welcome in. Guys, who's going to be our first follower on TikTok? We haven't had one yet. Who's going to leave a follow for the Zesty Bestie?
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my Who's it going to be?
I-T-G-I-R-L.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from ATL.
If you are on the FYP and you are not following me, can you just say slay in the chat? Even if you don't want to follow, I want to know if we are out there in the world for people who are not following me. Because now I'm worried that we're not. Just started playing ranked and I'm platinum too. Really, Hunter? Oh my gosh. Well, welcome in. Monterey and Carmel are gorgeous. Love living here. Ooh, okay. Hi, Bri. How are you? MG, thank you for the heart me, guys. Thank you for the taps and the shares. Feels so good to be watching again. Just moved. Oh my God. Well, I'm glad that you're here, Noah. Good afternoon. B2. Okay, thank you, Batty. I appreciate it. The Fresh Prince of Asia, thank you for the heart me. Addie with the first follow. Welcome in, Addie. Thank you for the first follow of the day. Over there, I appreciate it. Cali's fun to visit, not to live. Sometimes I feel that about New York City too. I don't live in New York City anymore, obviously. Phoenix, thank you for the heart me. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting moving. You lived in San Diego for a year and it was so expensive. Yeah, I don't know if I do love where I live right now ish. I want to be closer to family. You know what I mean? If I live, Phoenix is like, no, come here. You'll love it. You'll love it. But guys, welcome in. Happy Monday. I hope you had a great weekend. I went and saw Devil Wears Prada 2, and I loved it. My hot take is I loved it. I really, really loved it.
Bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye.
I loved Devil Wears Prada 2. I really, really enjoyed it. So I had a great time seeing it. Wait, Bessie, I'm on a few. Well, now I'm here. Hey, make sure to turn on notifications so you can see when we're on. Yeah, I loved it. Mowing the lawn. Okay, don't move to Vegas. I don't think I could go to Vegas. I don't think I could. But guys, welcome in. If you are new here, let's play our intro as well to say hello to get us started. Okay. I'll tell you what I am. Angel. I am your Zesty Bestie, and this is.
It's Brittany, bitch.
And guys, who's going to be our second follower of the day on TikTok to start us out? Angel, thank you for the follow. Second of the day. I appreciate it. Now it's going to be our third and our fourth. I want to see if Caleb. Yeah, Caleb Heron is in it. Yeah. Moving from Central Florida to the Midwest this year. Oh, yeah. I can't even imagine. You're getting the farmer's market today. I love that. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Guys, thank you so much. Hello. Welcome in. And guys, don't forget your daily heart me's. We're about to hop into a game here in a second, but I do hope you're having a good Monday. I'm having a good one. I'm like, I got some stuff done this weekend. I had a weird experience well, I'll tell you guys about that later on. I had a weird experience at a bar this weekend.
The Fresh Prince with the Galaxy. Who loves her kids
And never stops.
with gentle hands and the heart of a fighter. I'm a survivor.
Thank you so much. We are super behind on the taps and shares though, y'all. Let's see if we can get those rocking and rolling. And thank you so much. We get some slays in the chat right now to the Fresh Prince of Asia for the Galaxy. You are such a baddie. Such a baddie for that. I meal prepped this weekend, guys. So I made food. Mr. Gerber, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, Gerber. Thank you. I did not, Nicole. Hi, Sebastian. Welcome in. I did not. Me too. Guys, we're 2 followers away from 5 followers. We're gonna shout out the next 2 folks who are following for a Zesty Bestie. I'm gonna play the Zesty Bestie song one more time.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me.
I
bitch,
did,
it's okay.
Gabby. Oh my God, she's bald. Thank you.
TGIRL. You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell.
I go from ATL. We're trying to get to 15K taps, y'all, so let's keep tapping and sharing. And thank you for following if you're new. After you made me cheat on my diet last week talking about Taco Bell, you're about to order Taco Bell, as you should. What are you gonna get? Spicy taco, thank you for the heart me. Truly the best bet. You did. I need Taco Bell. Aw, thank you for the follow. And Mr. Gilbert, thank you for the biddies. You deserve an Oscar nom for what? just for existing, because I am what? An icon.
She's an icon. She's a legend, and she is the moment.
Spicy potato soft taco is what will always be a safe choice for me at Taco Bell. Always, 100%. Jasmine, thank you for the heart me. Always 100%. Literally can't go wrong with the spicy potato soft taco. Emily, thank you for the heart me as well. What's in the shop? I have not looked at the shop in ages. I don't know. I'm trying to still not. I'm avoiding the shop as much as I can, to be honest. Guess who's jealous of Adele? Beyonce. All right, guys, let's hop into a match, though. We'll start the day out, see how we do. Say slay in the chat if you're having a good day. All right. Let's rock and roll and have a good afternoon. I am Taylor, yes. No, oh, I love the spicy sauce. Yeah, you know what I love from Taco Bell the freaking most, though, out of anything? Their chicken nuggets. My God, they are the best freaking things in the world. Their chicken nuggets are literally insane, guys. Like, I don't know what to tell you. They are the best. The best. Yes, Jaquie, we actually weren't you weren't here. I literally had it on, and I was like, where's Jaquie? We had it on the other day for most of the stream. No, literally the best. I know. Y'all also suspect we're having a bad day. That's so funny. Crunchwrap Supreme. Chicken nuggets from where? From Taco Bell. I know it's crazy, but the Taco Bell chicken nuggets are some of the best that I've ever had out of any fast food joint. Ever. Girl, I'm gonna cry. I know. Hi, Sue. How are you? I'm gonna try them. They're so freaking good. Guys, thank you for the heart raise and the taps. We're 1 follower away from 5 followers on TikTok. If you're scrolling by and you're not following, what are you doing?
Please, 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 don't prove
Alex. And thank you.
Please, 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 don't bring me to tears when I just did my makeup so nice. Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another. I beg you don't embarrass me, my little sucker.
Absolutely. Tiffany, thank you for the laughing tacos. Alex, thank you for the roses. Hi, Caitlin. Welcome in. Better than Chick-fil-A? Yes. Mr. Gerber, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. I so appreciate that. I love it, girls. Me too. Wait, I've never been to Jack in the Box before. Hi, Shadow. How are you? Tired from the beach. How are you? Oh, you went to the beach? Wait, I'm jealous. Can I come next time, please? You hate Taco Bell? Crazy. Crazy. I think my favorite fast food joints are Wendy's and Taco Bell. Guys, why did I land here? Hello. Sue, thank you for the roses. But guys, we're only 11 heart me's away from our heart me goal. Thank you. And thank you for the taps and the shares if you're new. Happy Monday, Megan. Absolutely diabolical. Oh, I love it. I've never had Jack in the Box before. It's just because I'm from upstate New York, you know? I'm from upstate New York, so I don't have any, like, we don't have them here. Girl, I'm not even playing right now. Guys, don't judge me, okay? I'm gonna die here. Never mind. J-Box tacos are disappointing. Are they? I didn't know they serve tacos. What does Jack in the Box serve? Guys, thank you for the gifties. What does Jack in the Box even serve? Can I ask? Like, what do they serve? I actually have no idea what they serve. Everything? They serve disappointment. Okay, either you guys, I'm seeing either you hate them or you love them. Is what I'm noticing. Hi, George Glass. How are you, by the way? Either you love them or you hate them is what I'm noticing. Hi, Shadow. Guys, thank you for the gifted trend. Thank you. Guys, we do still have the campaign today. I'll talk about that here in a little bit. But let's get started with what we're rocking and rolling with. Thank you for the taps. We're almost at 10 followers, too. They have no business with tax for a combo. Yeah, but like, what do they serve? Like, is it just tacos or is it other stuff? Yeah, somebody said egg rolls. Like, I'm so confused what they actually serve. I'm so confused what they actually serve is my question. Yes, but we played a lot of it on stream. A hamburger, mostly burgers, but they also sell egg rolls and tacos. So they serve what? That sounds crazy to me. That sounds crazy to me. I mean, I guess I get it. American Dream. It's a drunk taco situation. Mini churros. No, I've never had cookout either. Serving up slop. I've never had literally. I've not had any. Guys, I need to find. Oh, I'm dead here probably. If I cannot find heals. Ah! Just kidding. Serving up slop. Their ranch is so good. Okay, ranch. I don't know why I didn't do this first, but okay. My weekend was wonderful, Kate. I hope yours was too. How was everybody's weekend? Have you ever been to Texas? Nah. Nope. I have not. I have not been to Texas. I do love their ranch. I'm not a ranch person. I'm not really a ranch person, I'll be real. Stuff. Good, your baby's first birthday? Oh my God, it was my first birthday too. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hi, Maddie. Their ranch gives you major stomach problems. Okay, IBS. Padres game and it was fun. Ooh, okay. Guys, we're just 2 followers away on TikTok from, hold on. What am I trying to do here? Actually, I'm gonna carry the Nemesis for right now. I've been kind of cooking with it lately. Hold on. Let me lock in. We are 2 followers away from 10 followers on TikTok, y'all. It was good, Noonie. How was yours? Yeah, I mean, this is a bot match to start, but you know what? I'll take it. I'll take a bot match to start. If you're, oh my God, back into Dreamlight Valley. I did, Caitlin. I didn't love that game. I'll be real. Kay, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I missed another follow. Trent, thank you for the donut. Yeah, donuts make me go nuts. And Cat Ray, thank you for the heart me. Good afternoon. Guys, thank you for doing a tap and share. Can we tell me how many shares we got on TikTok? You did, Taryn? Oh my gosh. Guys, sorry. My brain is like going crazy right now. Could be all around. I feel like sometimes it can be so chaotic. Yeah. I've tried it like once or twice. 30. Ooh, let's get to 50, shall we, Maddie? Shall we? I'd sponsor Hidden Valley Ranch in a heartbeat, girl. Okay. Okay. My weekend was great. Played some Tomodachi Life. It's a great game. It's a good game, Noonie. I'm curious when I'm gonna get like not burnt out from Tomodachi Life, but Maddie, thank you for the heart me. We're 5 away. But I do think eventually it's gonna be like I have nothing creative to do. You know what I mean? Like how many more memes can I make in Tomodachi Life? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like out of idea, basically like out of ideas. I'm like, okay, I've made every queer character possible. Who else could I make? I can't draw. Yeah, it's like I feel like also you have to be able to draw a little bit. Same thing. Yeah, it's like you got to be ready for both. You know, you got to be ready. You got to be a little bit ready there. Kurt Hummel is on the island. We made him last stream. Yeah, we did. We made Kurt last stream. We did. Oh, I'm getting shot at. From where? Oh, over here. but I'm getting shot at also from over here. Hatsune Miku. I'm missing my shots on Hatsune Miku. I'm missing my shots on Hatsune Miku. Just kidding, I got her. You playing Resident Evil 4? I went out for a walk around town on Sunday. I love that. Oh my God. Wait, I love those, Taryn. No worries. I appreciate that, but I do ask if you're not here for just for Tomodachi. I prefer you don't say so in the chat. It can kind of hurt a streamer's feelings a little bit. It can kind of hurt a streamer's feelings a little bit, but I appreciate you all the same. Yes, I did, Rachel. I went and saw Devil Wears Prada 2 Saturday. It's good, Minch. How are you? And I loved it. I thought it was amazing. Con, thank you for the first ever gift with the heart me. Oh my gosh. Oh, someone's over here. I'm dead. Yeah, that was crazy. I have not tried Go-Go Town. I have not. It's going good. Welcome in, guys. If you're new here, let's play our introduction to get started, okay?
Bitch, you know I'm
He came in hot.
Don't call, just text me.
Thank you,
Bitch,
Age.
slow can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know
I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend ATL.
Mm-hmm. I hope you guys are having a good Monday, by the way. Are you guys doing anything fun this week? I'm excited for this week. We've got some fun things planned. With Soti, it was. Now that I know. I do hope you guys are doing well, and I hope you're having a good day. I love Chipotle. I actually had it on Saturday. I did a little. So guys, you guys want to hear like a kind of, okay. I told it to Purple already. Anna, thank you for the follow, by the way. We do customs. We're gonna do a custom today, yes, to try the new settings for customs. Do you guys want to hear like I don't know if it's a depressing story about my Saturday. Do you guys want to hear a depressing story? Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. Let me see for the follow. I went to a bar by myself on Saturday. Guys. And I was the only person there except for 2 other people. And it was the loneliest thing I think I could have ever done in my entire life. It was the loneliest thing I think I've ever done, ever. I have no problem going out and doing things alone. I love going out and doing things alone all the time. But girl, it was miserable. It was awful. There was no one in sight because no one was there. Just a bad bar. Yeah, and the thing is, in my area, it's the only good bar that I would go to in general. It was a dark vibe, so it wasn't like bright lights or anything. So I was like, oh. Oh no. Guys, I took a photo of myself. I literally was like, I sent it to my friend, I was like, here I am at the bar by myself. There, I took literally me sitting at the bar by myself. It was wonderful, guys. It was so good. Oh, babe, yeah. That was my Saturday night. Still slayed. Okay. Any trade? No. Maybe put a reference for the next time when it's better. Yeah, you're looking extra fresh today. Thank you, Bailey. Guys, thank you for the heart me's. I appreciate it. What'd you order? I had a pistachio martini. Pistachio martini. Take me home to go. Oh, yum. I know. It's so good. Yeah, it's one of those types of bars. The pic looks like you're saying, wish you were here next to me. Approaches to that, literally, I would rather choke. I would rather die. Okay. I would rather die. What was your order, Chipotle? I got the new honey Chipotle chicken. Guys, thank you for Let's Give You Dark Matter. Oh my God, bon appetit. Thank you, guys. We do have the campaign going on still. Let me put on the campaign thing, by the way, for TikTok. I'll talk about that here in a little bit, but let me put that, hold on, where is it? On the screen so you guys can see. Ooh, girl. You guys can see that. Hopefully that's, can you guys see that on the screen now for the competition? My favorite emote, I do love the Leve emote. Gets in Tuesday. Wait, that's so exciting. Thank you guys for the love. Oh my gosh, thank you for the pop. But yeah, so I went to that, and then I didn't stay at the bar long. I only stayed there for like, I don't know. Wendy, thank you for the follow for like 45 minutes, and then I went to the movies. I was like, well, I'll go see Devil Wears Prada 2 since this night flopped hard. And that's what I did Saturday night. So slay. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. How do you get comfortable doing these alone? Honestly, for me, I just force myself to do it. Because I just can't. Stoneless, thank you for the spring sunset. I love Devil Wears Prada 2. I have to force myself to do things and go out, or I will lose my mind. You know what I like, because I work from home. I do this for a living, so there's no other people that I talk to. So like, I do need to have the human interaction, you know, just a little bit. Camp fever is so real. It's so real. And then I also read a book. Guys, I went Saturday to Barnes & Noble, and I got 2 books, and I read this book because you all told me to read it. This thing is smut central, you nasty freaks, for those who didn't see earlier. I read this entire book in one weekend. This thing is disgusting. Y'all are nasty. Y'all are nasty. You nasty. Okay, so you liked it. I ordered the second one. Nasty little freaks. Says I want to read one weekend. Listen, I really did dive in the deep end. So did half the characters in there. Not gonna lie. Wait, share with the guys who haven't read it. It's about 2 serial killers who basically fall in love. I think the plot was okay. It's called Butcher and Blackbird. It's very much it's a lot of smut. Thank you for the game rotators, guys. Thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. With the cookies and cream ice cream. Yeah, that was crazy. It's a lot of smut. Butcher and Blackbird. It's a lot of smut. I bought 2 books. One that was smut and oh my god. Hold on, wait. One that was smut and one that's not smut. Ah! Damn! I got her low too. Whatever. Did she have? She must have had heels. Went down immediately. I'm doing okay. It's very sweaty today. I'm getting annoyed already. You join the nasties? Yeah, I don't really love smut books. Hi, Gay Criminal. But I couldn't put it down. It was my first smut book ever. But I couldn't put it down. Now, is it a Pulitzer Prize winning book? No. Is it a Pulitzer Prize winning book? Absolutely not. By no means. But I couldn't put it down. So take that as you will. Hi, Mackie. Okay, Grove. Guys, we're 3 followers away from 15 followers. We're gonna show the next 3 people, y'all. That's how I read them. Yeah. Oh, I know now. Angel, thank you for the heart me. What I do want, I'll show you guys. I need a gay smut book. I really do. I need a gay smut book. I really, really do. That's like pretty. I also kind of want a book that has a little bit more of a storyline to it as well. Mel, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Not that this doesn't have a storyline, but I feel like when the smut is the main focus, I lose a little. I was like, I kind of wish I had like one. Like I wish there was like a more plot to it a little bit. Yeah, they use every like 5 sentences, Mel. You know. What book is that? Butcher and Blackbird. What kind of gay? 2 men. Why did I land here again? Guys, and I have no weapons. What am I doing? Why do I keep doing this to myself? I am not landing well. Let me like lock in a little bit. Miss Daydreamer, thank you for the game rotators. Guys, I'll see what place we're at, by the way, in this competition here in just a second. Oh, Jesus. Where was he? Oh my God, she scared me half to death. Girl, where did she drop from? Oh my God, it's so sweaty today. Eyes Mochi, thanks. You're welcome. Yeah, I just need a little bit more plot. Like the plot wasn't bad. Like there was plot to it, but it was like, once they started hooking up, I was like, okay, every other page was them, you know, getting busy out in the, you know, for fun. Fuck, oh my God, y'all. A girl cannot land a shot today. Has any, I literally, what the fuck is going on in this game today? Hello? Like, what is happening? I know, but I feel like I can't even like land without 18 people on me. I don't even know. What am I doing? We want to hear from you. What are your most important reasons for playing Battle Royale? Girl, I don't know. You tell me, because it's been misery. I guess to make videos to share. My God. Oh my God, it's like real sweaty today. God damn. By the way, guys, if you are new here, let's play our intro one more time.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me, bitch. It's
Has your,
okay.
Son of Achilles I've read.
Oh my God, she's
Love it.
I-T-G-I-R-L.
Love it.
You know I am that
Hi,
girl.
Jessica.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend ATL.
Came in 9th place, yes. I will say, guys, I do kind of want, if I'm going to read a smut book, I do kind of want smut. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm glad. And if you liked it, you better follow right now. I feel like I do like the smut in this book, and that's why it kept me interested. So I feel like I need the smut in this book, but gay. And with a little bit more of a plot line. And a little bit more of a plot line. Guys, thank you for the gifties, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Jess, okay, shut up. I do like dystopian books, yes. Bailey, thank you for the Gamer Love Loves. What's the smut in that book? Honey, I'll get banned on TikTok if I read it out loud. That's all I'm gonna say. I'll get banned on TikTok right away. Were they Phoenix? So it's for a campaign that we're in, Megan. I'll tell you what place we're in here in a second. Oh my God, Jess, you're so fine. Welcome in. Devourer of Men is a Captain Hook retelling. Ooh. Daggermouth is a good ass book. Okay. Yes, Sebastian. Yes. Yes, it is. That's okay, Jess. Very dirty. Okay. Okay, guys, welcome in, by the way. I do hope you're having a fabulous day. If you are on TikTok, guys, if you can help us share out the live and tap, we definitely need, we are not being pushed out at all. So you guys' support would be really amazing on that. We currently only have been pushed out to 100 people this stream. Jesus, yeah. So basically, well, it wasn't bad. No, I have not read Zodiac. Somebody recommended that to me. Is that gay? Is that queer coded? Is that queer coded? W Milk. Small books. Hi, Super Salty. How are you? Megan, thank you for the Zesty Mints. What am I doing? I don't even know what I'm trying to do right now. Very okay. I also bought A Darker Shade of Magic, which is not a smut book, obviously, to also read. But I did read through these books pretty quickly, so I was like, okay, these aren't like, you know, terribly hard to get through. Kiss the Villain. Okay. Obviously. Where they all sleep together. Oh. Okay, bye. Ben, thank you for the Gamer Taters. And guys, over your daily harmonies if you're coming in. We are just 3 followers away from 20 followers on TikTok, guys. I love smut books. I didn't read Heartstopper, no. I'll be real, I don't really love books that are centered around like, I don't know, is Heartstopper like high school age? Or like what is the, I don't really like young. I'm like, eh, you know what I mean? Like, no thanks. You know what I mean? Can I aim today? Hi, Crystal. Like, I'd rather read about like, I don't know, 30-year-olds or some shit. Like a lot of these, like, they're all a lot of like coming of age stories. And I'm like, no thanks. I'm like, I'm good. You know? I'm good. Yes, you did. It's going to reset, guys. We're going to keep that one on for now. I agree. Exactly. Yeah. Bathhouse by PJ Vernon is so good if you like thrillers. I do. I want more of a smut that has a little bit more. We are talking books. We are. We are talking books for a minute. We are indeedly. Been there, done that. Yeah, literally, right? Megan, thank you for the heart me, by the way. I need a different, exactly. I need a different coming of age. Honey. Honey. Been gone for a little bit because my puppy passed. Oh my gosh, I'm sending you. Can we get some love in the chat for Rusty right now, guys? Holy cow. This one's good. Wait, I missed it. Hi, Robbie. May the 4th be with you. Yeah, so I was like, okay, girl. I was like, okay, Miss Squirrel. Megan, thank you for the heart me. And Abby, thank you as well. Guys, I hope you're having a fabulous Monday, by the way. If you're new here, can you say slay in the chat or let me know how you're doing if you'd like to? Girl, I cannot land a shot today. Fuck! I literally am like not landing my shots at all today. Holy cow, guys. Oi, oi. Oi. No, why did it do that? Oh my God, hello? Inventory. A girl is not landing her shots the way she's... Fuck, oh my God, it's been 2 seconds and I can't even land. Let a girl breathe. No, what am I doing? Fuck. Oh my God. Girl, I cannot even breathe for a second in this game. Holy shit. Hello? CS Calcon. I thought that, yeah, they definitely were at the end. I was like, okay, girl. And you know what? It did work. Taylor, we've been on for 34 minutes so far. Dude, it's been crazy today. I mean, I'm not playing the best so far, but we just started, you know? Damn. Like, let a girl breathe for a minute, you know what I mean? Let me get some heals here. Let me get some heals. Like, let a girl breathe a little. Damn. Okay. Now we're locked and loaded. No, you didn't at all, Taylor. No, we just got started a little bit ago. And it's worked. I look consider you very good, so it's wild that you're not last. I know it's really sweaty today. But did you say you weren't into smut? Yes, Jess. But a lot of people recommended this book to me and said it was really good, so I said I'll give it a shot. And I didn't hate it. Good, Abby. We have a lot of people in our Tomodachi life now. Hi, Josh. How are you? I will say it's not like I read it, you know, it's not a Pulitzer Prize winner or anything. You know what I mean, Jess? Like, girl, I'm gonna die here. Girl, where'd she go? Got another one on me. Somehow I only have 1 health. Jesus, I'm getting sniped. I got nothing. Hold on, I gotta lock in, guys. We do have a book club. We have a book club in the Discord, actually. Ooh, girl, that's crazy. Girl, that's crazy. Guys, we are 1 follower away from 15 followers on TikTok. If you're scrolling by right now and you're not following for Zesty Bestie, then what are you doing? Hi, Coffee Moon Joy. How are you? Abby, thank you for the gamer level up, starting that one off. Alex, thank you for the follow. I need more ammo, guys. Judgment of Paris, how are you? Thank you for the follow. Hi, Angelina. Guys, I have no ammo. Girl, what is this? Girl, what is this? Hello, Amber, thank you for the go popular. Marie, is it the link in my bio for the Discord? It's corn. Hi, Fressa. How are you, by the way? I am mouse and keyboard. Yeah. And a girl's trying to find some ammo. Maybe over here. I don't even know. On the page. Thank you, Taylor. That means a lot to me. Girl, what is this? What? I'm wet. Are you shitting me? Oh, I'm wet. Oh, period. Oh. Oh, period. The kneecapper girl. Ooh. Honey, how I've missed her. Yeah, I will say that we're already 75% on usage on it, so I got to be careful. Guys, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. We got to be careful on the usage of it. Guys, okay, I only have 9 shotgun ammo. You're calling in sick right now? Yeah, I am with my mouse. Yep. I use my mouse and then my keyboard to move. No, it wasn't regular loot pool. It looked like it appeared out of something, but I don't know what. It looked like, I don't even know what it was. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't even really know how I found it. Your wife called in, quit this. Wait, quit the job? Oh my God. Is it one of those anomaly things? The like rifts or whatever? Oh, okay. I was hoping for some ammo. Nope. Probably a glitch, literally. I'm sorry for just swinging a hoe off a cliff. Well, we'll do our best. And guys, thank you for continuing to tap. We're almost at 50K taps. Thank you. I really need more shotgun ammo though. This is the I don't have any shotgun ammo, guys. I only have 9 ammo. Like, hello? Okay, somebody with an NPC's over there and they are fighting in this bush. They're bushing it here. Oh, wait, they're running. I'm dead. I'm not landing in my shots. That was dumb of me. I shouldn't have done that. Where'd he go? Where the fuck did he go? In the water there? He's over here. Jesus Christ. Guys, what are these games today? Holy sugar, that's crazy. Damn. Oh. Girl, that is sweaty as shit.
Bombastic side eye.
My God.
Criminal offensive side
My
eye.
freaking God. That was crazy. Y'all, that's wild. These games are insane today. Megan, thank you for the gamer level up. They are literally diabolical. Guys, if you're new here, let's do our introduction to say hello, okay? I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie. And this is...
It's Brittany,
Oh, Jen, hi! Okay, sorry guys. Sorry to send a quick message. Welcome in if you're just running in, by the way. We're 2 followers away from 20 followers this stream on TikTok. Hopefully we're getting back up on TikTok. How are the goals? We'd love to contribute, just not sure. Purple. Either or is totally fine. Either or is totally fine. You can see the sub goal on purple. And then on TikTok, we have our daily goals. We also are part of a competition right now. Let's see where we're at, by the way. Megan, thank you for the follow for this tournament where we're currently in 36th place. So my goal is to end, guys, in the top 20. That's my goal for us, okay? Top 20 is my goal for us to get there. No, Mira, that actually hurts more than helps. The other day, and one of the viewers here won a giveaway. Oh my God, there's a couple people who've been here before who've won Happy's giveaways. And so anything that's on here helps with the points for that, by the way, baddies. Anything that's won there helps with those. But let's hop into the next round and get going, okay? Taz, thank you for the gamer level ups. Say TikTok. Do I say, I do it with a little accent, don't I? I do with a little accent. Nikki, thank you for the sub with Prime.
I want fabulous. That is my simple
Request.
All things fabulous, bigger and
better
better than this. I need something
Inspiring.
Help me get a look. I need a little
Class,
fabulous.
Megan.
That's so wrong.
Olivia, thank you for the gamer level ups. Thank you, thank you. And the Heartme's as well, y'all. Let's see how many Heartme's we've gotten today. Guys, my glasses will not get clean every day. I can't stand it. A girl cannot deal with this shit. Megan, thank you for the spring sunset. Thank you, thank you. We get some slates from Megan in the chat, guys. Holy cow. Yes, above all else, though, guys, if you are new here, your presence is a present here. You guys just being here and watching, helping us share and tap and all those good things on TikTok helps so much. So your presence is a present above all else. So thank you, guys. You got Miss Sharpay? You did get Miss Sharpay. You did. All right, I'm going to try and go over here. I'm going to try and like actually intentionally land somewhere instead of just dying immediately. And guys, let's see if we can get to 75k taps. Can we do it this round? Let's see if we can go crazy. Hi, Raven. Hi, Raven. How are you? Hi, Gracie. Guys, I got this, like, I don't think I like it. It's a blood orange tea. I don't think I like it, though. It's black tea, which I don't really like black tea, and I didn't realize it was black tea. Hi, Lori. It's, like, okay. I don't really love it though, I don't think. But I bought a 6-pack of it, so now I gotta drink it because I'm not gonna let something go to waste. All right. You got 4th? Nice. I'm not gonna let something go to waste. It's a tea. I love a citrus tea, but I think I like a citrus green tea more than anything. Hi, Carly. Thank you for the heartbeat. Hi, Pookie. Hello. I do like I can't drink a lot of carbonated drinks anymore. I used to be able to, but I had surgery, so I can't do like carbonation like crazy, only a little bit. And unfortunately, like La Croix and sparkling water is so carbonated that I can't do that. Hi, Carly with the 10 donuts. Okay, lighten up that gift gallery. Thank you, Batty. Can we get some slays for that? Hi, Marta. How are you? Girl, where's the chest? It's in here. And Ella, thank you for the gamer level ups. You guys. You were so funny. I try to be. I did have gastric surgery, yeah. LaCroix. How is it? Is it LaCroix? 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 Matthew, thank you for the follow. La who? What'd you call me? What did she say? Who's your wedding? What's she say? Is our no, I don't think so. Honestly, Sharon, I'll be honest. It's not too bad. You learn as you go. And our community here is great at teaching people about the game too. So if you have any questions, we can help you. La Boo Boo. Oh, I used to drink a lot of sparkling ice, Fressa. I used to drink a lot of sparkling ice. Somebody named Top Danger is coming to me. I wish I had a top that would be a danger. Instead, I get nothing. Instead, I get nothing. Damn. Ooh. Wow. Guys, thank you for the gifties. I really appreciate it. No regret. Oh my God, I would do the surgery 50 times over if I could. Best thing I ever did. Best thing I ever did. Where is this guy? There he is. Guys, look at me hitting my shots today. Holy cow. Guys, I can hit every single one of my shots. It's crazy. Girl, where is she? What was that? Queen. What was that? When did I play for Douglas? What do you mean today? Guys, thank you. Oh my God, we achieved the goal. Wait, thank you, Seth. Thank you, iCarly. Oh my God. What surgery? I had gastric bypass, God, 2 years ago now. She was doing the most, Katie. Also, hi, how are you? Lori, thank you for the specimens. I'll set a new goal here in a second. I know the carbonation says I have no gallbladder. Not sure why. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Chapter 1. Oh, I have not played since then. No. I started in the Marvel season at the end of chapter 5. That was my first season. Let me set a new goal here. Oh, fuck, wait. God damn it. I wasn't paying attention. Hold on. I got us a bot. Girl, can I hit a single shot? Why are my shots not landing? Oh my God, I'm so bad at the game, guys. I was trying to set a new goal. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Damn. Just trying to do one thing. Thank you guys for Gabe. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you. There we go. I was not more. You don't have one? Ooh. Twins. Oh my gosh. Beware your shots blanking too. Yeah, I've been like, I feel like I've blanked a couple today. I'm like, okay. Okay, blanks. Okay, blanks. I see you. I see you, blank. Olivia, thank you too. Guys, thank you for the love. Wait, Gracie, that's crazy. Right, Ab? I feel like I'm going a little crazy today. Maybe it's just me. And yes, I'm bad at the game too, guys. It's not just that, I know. But I do feel like I'm emptying clips out and nothing's happening. You know what I mean? I do feel, okay, we got somebody here. Bot maybe. Let's land on him. Girl, can I land today? Oh my God. Okay, I'm just missing my shots because I'm bad, guys. I'm just missing my shots because I'm bad. That was just bad. Okay, that was just bad. Gabe, thank you. Those ones, guys, those were just bad. Yeah, I feel like my aim is everywhere today. You're just warming up. How many games have we played today? Hi, Siren. How are you? Girl, why am I going the opposite direction, by the way? Hello? Like, what am I doing? Play the cone game. I would if the storm was not about to close. Wait, maybe I can do it real quick. Hold on. Push. I feel like I never do this right. I don't even know, Alien. It's one of those days today. I feel like I never do. Shit, I gotta go. You have to aim. Girl, did I just say my aim was ass? Didn't I just say it was bad? Guys, we're trying to get to 75K taps by the end of this round. Did I just say it was bad? Caitlin, wait, guys, thank you for all the gifties. I appreciate it. El Chief, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I have to aim, I'm crying. I know. Like, girl, I'm bad. I like you're too funny. I try to be funny. Hi, Kiki, how are you? Guys, it's 70 degrees outside today, and I will be going outside after stream. It will be happening. Oh my gosh, Rachel. I will be going outside because it's going to be 10 degrees the rest of this week. Hi, Colbs, how are you? I love that, Aaron. I'm doing good, Kiki. Diabolical behavior. Diabolical. Better weather ourselves. Yeah, I'm like, I just want warm weather to stay. Like, I don't want crazy. I just want like regular ass warm weather. No, I hate matcha. I just want regular warm weather. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a person who needs like 90 degrees. So worth it? Yes, it is so much better. You get more coins for cheaper, Caitlin. I'm in New York, so it's very often on here. It's very often on here. Very often on. Exhausted day. Oh no, Alien. I love winter though. I love winter too, but I'm also at the point now where I need to, because I work now, I think I work from home, so I have no interaction with anybody. And like a girl just needs to go outside, you know, get some goddamn sunlight. You know what I mean? Get some goddamn sunlight in my ass. Sorry, that wasn't the right word, but like, yes. Yay, Gracie. I will be going. You play Native New Yorker? After this round, I will, yes. No, that was the right wording. Aren't there people who like... What's the word I'm looking for? You know what I mean? With their, you know what? Like they just spread eagle to get the sun on it. Isn't that a thing people do? Like tanning almost, but not tanning. Caitlin, thank you for the gamer taters. Forbidden grass. It's good for you. Oh my gosh. Yes, it's good. Is it actually like, are you supposed to do it? Apparently it's an LA thing. Yeah, don't my neighbors will like that? Yeah, me neither, babes. Me neither. Pablo, thank you for the gamer level ups. Me neither, babes. The best during golden hour? Okay. Well, some of you guys are just freaks. Can you tutorial how to do it? Get out of here. Out. Out! All of you. All of you. Sun bleaching, I think, to lighten the color. Oh. What are we talking about? Sunbathing our holes. That's what we're talking about. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday. You better follow for that one if you're new on TikTok, okay? Because we're almost at 25 followers for that. If you sunbathe your hole, leave a follow right now. And we're going to name you out if you follow right now. Rachel sunbathes their hole. Okay, only one person? Damn. Thought there'd be more than that. I know. It's just been it was kind of crazy yesterday. Thank you for the gamer taters. It's called perineum. Oh, gotta do what you gotta do. Well. Well. They may be nervous. Okay, now we'll do it anonymously. I won't call your name out. If you bleach your hole, if you sun dye it right now. And I won't call your name out. But I'll just say how many people do. Tyler, it's going good. I want to start vending cards. I got called a scalper on Twitter for it, but I want to become a card vendor. I just don't have enough inventory, but I want to do it. Just start. Thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. I do, and you can call me out. Well, Kai, you better leave a follow right now, and I'll call you out for it, babes, because I love that. Card vendor era. I really want to. What did I do before that one? What a thing to admit that I want to be a card. Oh, no, the whole thing. Oh, yeah. All the other some hole bathers are already following. Yeah. I did see it. I tried to get one. What state are you in? Is that too much to ask? Tyler, I'm in New York. So if I ended up going to a show, it would be in any of the ones in New York. Any of the ones in New York. Upstate New York. Anything I want here? No. Chris, thank you for the gamer taters. Happy May 4th. Yes. When you feel ready. Yeah, the thing is, I've been to card shows and I feel like I could absolutely do it. The only thing for me is I just don't have enough cards to start. You know what I mean? Like you kind of have to have like inventory. That's the T. Happy almost birthday, Brooke. I love that, Taryn. Who'd you make in Tomodachi Life? That's the T with it, I feel like. Girl, where is everybody? I'm nervous. Angel, I only have one graded card, but there's a couple I'm gonna send out to get graded. I'm just like waiting a little bit. But there are a couple that I am sending out to get graded. Oh, that sounds so good, Samantha. Karina, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. My favorite card of my collection. I love my Minin and Plusle. They're the duo ones. I actually do like Perfect Order a lot, but I like Ascended Heroes a lot, actually. I know that's like the popular one right now, but I do like Ascended Heroes a lot. JL, if I had cards to open and stream, you know I would, babes. The ones I do have are the 151 I got, which I'm going to save to because they're worth way too much money to open them up. My favorite Pokemon is Minin and Plusle. Minky, thank you for the heart me. I'm hoping to maybe trade those sealed cards that I got of the 151 for like bulk $2 cards so that I can maybe start vending. That's my like hope and plan, but I don't know yet. That's my hope and plan, but we'll see. Jenna, give you a follow. But we'll see. I'm good, Kai. Guys, we have an ad break on purple coming up here, by the way. We'll try not to miss too much. I have, yeah. I love energy. Thank you, Wild Canadian. Welcome in. Welcome in. Mimikyu, I love. Who doesn't love Mimikyu, right? Who doesn't love Mimikyu? Girl, where is everybody? Cross check. Yeah, cross check coming up. Guys, we're almost there with the gamer taters on TikTok, by the way. Thank you. And we're almost halfway with our goals on purple, too. You guys were slaying today. Barbecue? I mean, I love barbecue, too. No, Mimikyu, the Pokemon. Greninja. Ooh, okay. Nice, Stark. I love that. Casey, would like to give the follow. Nikki, we dropped down a little bit because we haven't streamed for a couple of days, of course, but we're ranking back up. My goal is to end in top 20, Nikki. That's my goal. That's my goal. So we're doing pretty good. I think we're like 30, almost 30th. I'll check after this round to see where we're currently at. I know. Well, oh, it's crazy. Bro, where is everybody? Fuck. Girl, why won't this open? Everyone's like... Girl, don't you dare run from... Oh my God. Of course she ran. Of course she ran. Hi, Wyatt. Pump and run truly. Of course she ran. Honey, these games are so sweaty. Oh, wait, that's awesome though, Gracie. And guys, thank you for the taps and the shares. I appreciate. How many shares are we at? I know. Hi, Apple Fritter. Okay, we got somebody over there. Ah! Girl, I cannot aim today. My aim is so bad today. I cannot aim today. That person ran and came back. I cannot aim to save my life today. I feel like I just cannot turn. Maybe I need to change my sense a little bit. You also enjoy yapping? Well, you came to the right place for yapping, okay?
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, you're slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald. I'm gonna go up a little bit. I'm gonna go to 5.
You know I am that girl.
See how that feels.
Don't
Okay.
kiss and tell. It go from ATL.
I feel like I'm just lagging behind them a little bit each time I try and aim on them. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm just lagging behind them every time I try and aim on them. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh, okay, girl, you know. Kaylee, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Oh my God, she's bald. And Bree, thank you for the follow too. We're currently in 34th place right now on the competition baddies, but I think we are only, to get to top 20, we are like, I think 30K points away, which isn't too hard. Honestly, 30K points with these options is not too much of a challenge. I won't lie. My favorites right now are Mischievous. I love Mischievous. I love her. She's fabulous. I have a couple pages. I have a page dedicated to her. Or not dedicated to her, but dedicated to those. To those ones. Feel so comfy. Oh, Kaylee, I'm glad. What cup is it today? I have an Awala today. Hello. Hi, Haley. How are you? Oh my God. Hello. Hello. Do you enjoy soup? I do enjoy soup. Depends on the soup, though. Depends on the soup. You're making wedding soup? Ooh, it's just water for me. I'm trying to drink a lot more water. My doctor was like, girl, you need to drink more water. And I was like, okay, queen. I will. The outbreak's almost over on purple, y'all. Thank you so much again. Hi, Skylar. You have an Alani right now? Oh my God, I have an Alani in 8. I really only have had like 2 Alanis before. Hold on, I got some emails. Ooh. Wait, a package was supposed to arrive today. Oh, it's coming tomorrow. Okay. Red Lobster drinking about pie last night. Ooh. Hi, Captain Cowboy. Yeah, I think it's one of my favorite gliders. Oh my God, my neck just snapped. Oh, honey. My neck just snapped. Did you guys hear that? Girl, I feel like I just died. Addison, I wish I drank more water. Like, I don't know how I didn't just pass away from that. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Join's getting old. No, don't you dare say, Lainey, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here with that. Alyssa Edwards in your neck. Truly though. Hi Mary, how are you? Happy Monday, baddie. Truly though. Yeah, I'm not doing great with my water intake. I'm 25 and feel 80. Girl, I'm 27 and feel 100. Okay. I'm with you there. So Captain Cowboy, we are in a competition right now. It's like it's called the Gaming Level Up campaign on TikTok. We're in 34th place right now. And so those are like points to help with the campaign. You might be able to see like where we're at. I think there's like a little, should be like a little game controller looking thing to see where we're at and where other people are. But those are all the gifts that help. Every gift helps, but these are worth double points basically. You sneeze wrong, you're effed. Truly. I can't even imagine. I mean, listen, I'm almost there. I feel geriatric. Oh my gosh. I'm 38. Lower back feeling 98 today. Yeah, my back has been feeling like ass lately. It does. Cozy Cheek, how are you, Captain? Thank you. Thank you guys for the gifties. My back has been feeling like a nightmare. Okay. I up my sense a little bit, and I want to actually, I'm going to go a little bit higher. I'm going to go just a little higher. I'm going to go to like, see how that feels. Okay, that's like really fast. So we'll see how that feels. If that feels too fast or not. He's a baby. It might be too fast. It's like so sensitive now. Did someone say sensitive? It might be too fast though. We'll see. Girl, can I play the game correctly? Aaron, thank you for the Harvey. Welcome in. Streams was stretching, truly. I also need to just stand more during stream, which I will do after this round. And guys, let's see. Can we get to 100K taps this round since we're doing so good on the taps, y'all? Stretching was zesty. Honey. Wow. Okay, it's really... Hi, my little Zest Fest. Hi, Maddie. It's really sensitive now. My sensitivity is really sensing. Might be too much. Might be too much. We're going to see, though. You heard Webkins is back? Wait, really? Webkins used to be my shit when I was a kid. When I was a kid, absolutely. I haven't ran into anybody yet. Except I don't like that our rival is Snoop Dogg in the stupid ass Christmas outfit because you know that that's either a sweat or a bot. And they're anonymous. God, you know.
Bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye.
Okay, he was a bot. He was a bot. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a bot or not. It was a bot. It was a bot. It was a bot, guys. It was a bot. You went to Hallmark Webkins event when I was 10. I loved it. I had an Owl Webkins, I think, that I liked when I was a kid. Oh my God. I remember it was one of my birthday parties. I was like, all I want are Webkins. So all of my friends got me Webkins when I was a kid. I was very much a Webkins kid. What's Webkins? That's how I know you're too young, Addison. You don't know the lore. Basically, they were little stuffed animals that then you could... I'm 25. Okay, wait, T, then you should know. They were little stuffed animals. You could get a code, and you could put the code in, and it would give you, like, you could play online with the stuffed animal. So basically, it was like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like I'd buy the stuffed animal at the store and it had a code on it, and then you could play the online game and give it clothes and, like, you know, have a whole house full of little stuffed animals in like an online thing. Uncoded. I feel like it was really like the Gen Z millennial cusp era is when it was super hot. You know what I mean? Is when it was like super hot. Bro, I'm trying to aim better with this. Okay, sense might be too high. Maybe not. Maybe it's okay. I was trying to I'm practicing my sense, guys. I really upped it. I did log in and get a back bling, Corey, I think. Katie, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Guys, we're 4 followers away on TikTok from 30 followers. Who's gonna be one of the next 4 for a Zesty Bestie? Unless you want to be homophobic, which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Brooke! I need free... Wait, what's Free Realms? What was your first social crime? Pop Tropica and Webkins were my shit when I was a kid. Those were the 2 things I did the most. Played the most. Yeah, the sense is probably too high, but it's fine. We're trying it out. The best game ever. It's a good one. What about Club Penguin? I loved Club Penguin when I was a kid. But Pop Tropica and Webkins were my big 2 for sure. Were my big 2 for sure. 3 more now, yes. Toontown. I played Toontown for a minute. Pop Tropica was the biggest one that I played, though. Like, out of all of them, I played Pop Tropica the most. What's Fantasia? I don't know that. I don't know that one. You were Neopets baddie? Ooh. Okay, we got somebody over here in the house. Can't lay my shots. Whoa, too many people. Papa's Pizzeria. Wow. Girl, now she just keeps running. Oh, she's gonna die. She's gonna die to that person over there. She's gonna die to that person over there. Somebody else was dropping their baddies. Millsberry? Wait, what's Millsberry? That sounds like a cereal brand. Abry roasting for the follow. Hi, Trinity. Is still thriving. Oh my God. That sounds like a cereal brand. How is she still alive? How are these people not dead over here? Hi, Maud. How are you? Do they just keep... I think they're just... Wait, are they doing the teleportation glitch thing where they just keep going in and out? That's what they're doing right now. That's annoying as shit. And I think with a follow... Like, girl, it gets to a point. You know what I mean? She's just going in and out. Look what she's doing right now, guys. Do you see this? Do you see this right now? Do you see that right now? Girl, please. And now she ran away. Girl, I can't. And now she's too far. She's just going down and down and down. She's doing the, like, teleportation glitch. We got somebody else over there. I just cannot today. I cannot today. Give me a shot at. Where from? Ooh. He's behind the rock over there. Too many damn people, y'all. Too many damn people. What kind of PC do you have? I have a custom built PC. Oh, that's the bot. Girl, where is she? I can't. I quite literally cannot today. Oh, they were fine. They were saying 1v1 with that other person, Fearless. There are, Samantha, they're okay. So real. Hello, love. Hello, y'all. Girl, I cannot today. Yeah, I'm practicing with a new sensitivity right now, guys. See if it's better or not for me. I can't decide. Hey, guys, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Do you play with randos? Sometimes we do. And guys, thank you for the taps and the shares. We're almost at we're 1 follower away from 30 followers. The game is crazy today. Like, it's real sweaty. I just queefed while pulling a cone. Nice, Susan. I just kegeled. Twinning. Twinning. Zach, thank you for the follow. Scarlett, thank you for the gamer taters. Oh my God. Baddies supporting baddies always. Scarlett, thank you. Guys, let's see how we're doing on the thing where we're at currently. W. Oh my God, y'all, we jumped a whole bunch. We're 26th. We're in 26th place now. Did I miss a huge gift? Wait, did I miss something? Did I miss a bunch of gifts or something? Did that go crazy? Wait, we're in 26th place now, guys. We jumped like crazy. Thank you. We jumped almost 10 places. We're almost now, we're only like 30K points away from top 20 again. Thank you, baddies. Thank you so much. W. Susan, yeah. Hannah, thank you for the gold boxing gloves. Hi, scatter cover chunked. Thanks, Presta. Guys, anybody do anything fun this weekend? I want to hear like something you guys did that was fun, because my weekend was okay, but like I want to hear what you guys did. Like, tell me something interesting. Entertain me. Entertain me, damn it. Tell me something funny that you did or something fun. You were in the hospital? Oh my God, I hope you're okay. Going to the NRA convention? Girl, hopefully it'll blow it up. No, I'm kidding. I love your meme account, Susan. Got yelled at by my family. Really happy to be here with you. Oh my God. Guys, I wanted fun things. You guys are depressing as shit. No, I'm kidding. I love you guys. Please take care of yourselves. What the heck? What the heck? I love you all so much. Outdoor Asian food festival. Ooh, wait, that sounds good. Party with friends. You bought Pokemon cards? As you should. As you should. Disneyland with family for early Mother's Day. Jealous about that. Made Daniel Larson. Went to my boyfriend's brother's wedding. Ooh, I met your nephew for the first time. You went to the SawCon? Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I hate the Saw movies. Susan, thank you for the follow. And Twinkly, thank you for the heart me. You got engaged? Congrats. Wait, Charby, did you really? That's so exciting. Kayla, get out of here. Carousel Festival. Wait, what's that? Tombstone? You went scuba diving? Whoa. You bought Pokemon cards and went to the baseball game? I love that. Wait, I gotta know, guys. How many of you started buying Pokemon cards because I started getting them? And you can be real with me if you did. You got cracked? And a whistle, you know what? Good for you, babes. Dreams. Oh, I love the Dark Dragon. Project Car. It's like a bunch of vendors. Ooh, wait, that's fun. I love that. I did your dad. Okay. On Sheen Squishies. Wild. 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 You got a kid-free night, and you know what? You better use it. That's awesome, though, Charby. I'm so happy for you. Guys, I have, like, no movement. I got nothing here. I think this sense might be a little too high. I don't know. I can't decide. Please, never. It's one of your stims. Is it really? Oh, my gosh. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. I had to get stuffed Oreos because I'm getting stuffed in my life. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I love that shotgun. Me too, Serena. I did have a man almost come over from Grindr, but then he was like, I don't like to kiss. And I said, so you like to take it up the ass, but you won't kiss my lips? Oh, no thanks. I was like, girl, please. Power nap? I love that, girls. Like, hello? He has work to do. He was DL, though. Well, Harley. You know, the usual around here. Man. I'll catch feelings if I kiss you. Girl, no. Mine is he was disgusted by men and he didn't want to kiss them. Girl, I'm trying to practice. Okay, maybe a little bit better with the sense. Maybe a little bit better with the sense. Maybe. Dude did have like a crazy loadout, by the way. Yeah, it's always the deal. Yeah, always the deal, guys, y'all. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. But always the deal, guys. Exactly, Sebastian. I'm doing good, Kaylee. How are you? Emily, thank you for the gamer level ups. I appreciate that. And guys, if I'm missing gifties, thank you. Oh my gosh. Teal, how are you? It's good to see you. So he's an IRL deal hole. Yeah. That's half my town though, guys. It's men who are like, I don't like men. I just want to see what happens. And I'm like, girl, enough. It's like, I can't, you know? It's like, please. I'm like, I'm doing good, Nicole. How are you? Like we're too grown for this. Like it's 2026. Like we're too grown for this. What did you tell him? I said, I'm not really interested. And then I blocked him. I said, I'm not really interested then. Sorry. He quite literally was like, I don't want to touch you at all. I just want this specific thing. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I was like, sorry, I'm not doing that. I know. Good for you. Yeah, I never do. I'm a big kisser. Oh yeah, me too. A one-way street, literally. A pillow princess, if you will. Or is it pillow queen? Guys, we're almost to 40 followers on TikTok, by the way. If you're scrolling by right now and you're not following, then what are you doing? It means you're homophobic. I'm glad, Nicole. Is it princess? I couldn't remember who it was. Hi, Bryn. Yeah, literally, most of the time I'm just like, no thanks. I'm doing good. Everyone's seeking for the gamer taters. So anyways, that was my maybe with a man weekend. That didn't happen. Oh, and the guy that I had been seeing unfriended me on Snapchat. So, you know. Living the golden life, girls. Living the goddamn golden life. Oof. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Been there, girl. Yeah, I'm like, girl, I can't. No, where is this you love Noah person? I don't love Noah. Where are you? Yeah, I guess it's protection. Thank you, Kat. I'm over it, though, you know? I'm over it, though. Where is this guy? Oh, there he is. Wait, maybe this sense is what I... Wait, maybe this sense is eating for me. Hold on. Wait. Wait, maybe this sense is eating for me. Wait a minute. Hold on. Just saw the blue, no warning? Yeah, no warning. Fuck it. I received the gamer taters. It's the way men are. I don't know. It's fine. It's just annoying to me because we hung out like 3 times. It would be one thing if we never had met. Then I'd be like, okay, just another man. But we hung out like 3 times. And I was like, okay. Whatever. Whatever, girl. Whatever, girl. You know? I do think at some point it's like, just communicate. Like if you're not interested in someone, just tell them. I would much rather be told straight up like, hey, blah, 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 I'm not interested. And I've done that with people. Then try and like, you know what I mean? Sebastian, what a weird way to say, did you hook up? Yes, babes. Sebastian, did you share your body with him? Hi, Tati, how are you? Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. He played Fortnite on my account. That's when you know. Okay. I let him play Fortnite on this setup. Yeah. Oh no. This is a different guy. We kissed. Yeah, this is a different guy. Never again. Yeah. I was like, oh, clocked. Have me dead. Me too. Oh, that's intimate. I know. And you guys know how much I hate playing Fortnite off stream. So the fact that I did it, you guys know how much I hate playing Fortnite off stream. So the fact that I did it is crazy. He was not a keyboard and mouse player. I had to get him my PS5 controller to play. Katie, thank you for the love spa. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. You live and you learn, baddies. You live and you learn. You live and you learn with these men. You work with the control. I know. Emma, thank you for the heart me. Ooh. Maybe. Wait, I'm trying to practice this sense a little bit here. Okay, maybe not. I'm trying to practice my... I don't know. I can't tell. About the stateside emo? I need to look at that in the shop. I haven't seen it yet. He just... Yeah, he randomly unadded me. We had plans last Wednesday. And then he never showed. And then after that, he just never responded again. Sean, thank you for the heart me. Was he? No, he was not. That's why I was like, okay. Jesus. Wait, she went far. Holy shit. How did that launch her so high into the sky? Hi, Vanessa. How did that launch her so high into the freaking sky, y'all? That was crazy. We're being bad at Fortnite? I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, that's her. She went in there. She might have the cube rifle. She went fly. I was very confused. Okay, I'm like hitting her though. Ow, shit. Whoa! Girl, what the fuck was that? Reforged Infinity Blade? What are they adding into this game? What are they doing? What the fuck? I didn't even see. There was no even footprints. Was he hiding? Oh my God. Girl. Hi, Dana. How are you? Girl, what was that? Actual then shields and it heals you. Where'd you even get that from? Oh my God. Hi, Emma. How are you? Like, where do you even get that crap from? I can't. Look in the shop. I'm trying not to support the shop too much by advertising it because I don't love what's happening with Fortnite right now. So I probably don't do it on stream. But if you do buy anything from Fortnite, guys, make sure you use code ThatZestyBestie if you do to support me for free. And you can enter in for a giveaway as well in the Discord if you use my code. And you have to go collect it. Hi, hell yeah, how are you? Nothing there anyways. Yeah. I'm gonna warm up my lunch here in a minute, guys. I'm getting kind of hungry. Thank you, Kobe. Appreciate it. What's lunch? I meal prepped, guys. Wait, everyone say nice job, Zesty, because I meal prepped for the week. I meal prep. Lunch, it's 4 p.m. Yep. That's when I eat lunch. That's when I eat lunch. Shockingly, Liv, people have different time schedules for the way that they exist in the world. So time is just a concept. Also, it's 4 p.m. where you are. Nexus, thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. I also had surgery, which prevents my stomach from eating for the first few hours of the day. So I always eat much later than most people. And I'm the bus driver. I was making attention. And I take Adderall, and that Adderall prevents me from being hungry until later in the afternoon. Thank you, Nexus. I appreciate that. What surgery? Gastric bypass. I had a few years ago. Katie and Emma. Oh my God. And thank you, Zane, as well. I agree. I need a bag. What are your thoughts on, I don't even know what they are, NBA. Can I be real with you? Okay, hunger suppressant. Yeah. Yeah, between my surgery and also I also eat breakfast like around 10 a.m. anyway, so. And I eat a snack before I stream. Usually. Do you love your surgery? Yeah, I do. I would get it 10 times over. I would get that surgery 10 times over, 1,000,000 times. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done, but it's the best thing I ever did. I'm not gonna lie to you. What is it for? It reduces my stomach size. I had gastric bypass several years ago now. 2 years ago now. 2 years ago in April. So now it's been 2 years. Quite literally changed my life. I mean, I lost 260 pounds from it. Was it painful? No, it was laparoscopic. So I just have four little incision holes. It was mentally painful. It was mentally painful. If that counts for anything. There are a lot of requirements for it. You have to lose a certain amount of weight by yourself. You have to go through therapy. You have to go through a whole bunch of things. It depends on each state that you live in and where and what it is. Do you feel like you can hardly eat now? No, I eat pretty normally now. I mean, as normal as I could, you know. Do you have the balloon? No, I had a bypass, so my stomach is just very tiny. So like they took a lot of my stomach out. So majority of my stomach is gone. For me, it was covered by insurance, yes. I was on my parents' health plan at the time. It probably would not be covered now if I did it now. Girl, this guy's been like, he's trying to follow me here. Where is he? Girl, I cannot. What, girl? Oh. Girl. Oh my God. Now I got third party coming in. Hold on, guys. Let me lock in for a second. I'll talk about the surgery here in a second. Let me lock in here. Okay, never mind. The I'm doing, they did one where they paid for your time. Oh, nice. I have a friend that had the same surgery and she gets full after like 2 chicken wings. Yeah, it depends on the day. Every day is different for me in terms of like what I can eat and can't eat and like what my body can take in. Don't share if you want to, but I can't remember. I got the surgery done, one, because I have been my full life a type 1 diabetic. And then I had insulin resistance and I wasn't able, I went through every different way of treating my insulin resistance and trying to lose weight. And my body just refused to lose weight. I wasn't an unhealthy individual. I wasn't like, I did have eating food noise. That was the one thing I did have. But I just could not physically lose weight. So I had a gastric bypass and it was the best thing I ever did. Hey girl, hey, hey. Best thing I ever did. And I'd do it 10 times over if I could. So those were the main reasons I had the surgery. Tips on your loss the required weight. I mean, I had check-ins every couple of weeks and I did a lot of that. And I had to log a lot of my food too. Oh, Liv, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's tough. As well, I've never had I don't know anything about GLP-1, to be real. Is it possible for your stomach to perfect an original size? It can definitely, I mean, it won't ever go back because it's like taking it out completely. So it won't like re-stretch or anything like that. But you definitely can gain weight. You know what I mean? Like after about 2 years, which is the time that I've had the surgery, if you're the way that you intake food can increase. Isn't that normal? No. Food noise is not normal. My existence centered around eating food. Oh, people treat me so differently. In the gay community, I get treated completely different with my weight loss. So you can definitely gain weight, but you're never gonna have your stomach go back to what it was. But after 2 years, it does like somewhat to return to semi. Hold on, let me lock it in here. Semi-normal. But food noise is about like the way that food occupies your life. Girl, what the Girl, what is he hitting me with? What even is that? What is that thing? Jesus. Guys, what is that? Girl, what is that thing? What the fuck is that stupid? The cube? I haven't even seen that yet. Please. Please. I can't. I cannot with that shit. That was annoying as fudge. Sid, thank you for the heart meat. Guys, thank you for the gifties, by the way. If you're new here, let's do my introduction and I'll tell you a little bit more about the surgery.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty. Lexi, I don't really know much about it.
Bitch is slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's so I can't give my take on it.
I-T-G-I-R-L.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend ATL.
Guys, we are almost in the top 25 on the Level Up campaign, guys. We are about 2K points behind. So we like, if we get like the sunsets done, we will be a couple sunsets will be at the 25K or at 25th place. I can't speak today. Next to look, I thought he was hitting you with the infinite. I don't even know what he was. Colby, I'll be real. You're looking for the follow. Yeah, we got evaporated by, I don't even know what that shit was. L2, it's like a bomb on R2. It shoots insane. I'll have to find it. Anyways, I was just saying about the surgery. Somebody was asking a question about it. Oh, what's food noise? I mean, so my life prior to the surgery existed around food. So like I would plan my day around my meals. I planned how going out with friends. My number one priority was not what are we doing? It was what are we eating? Where are we going to eat? Where am I getting my food? When I would go on vacation, it was only planning food. I didn't care about anything else other than food. Food noise existed for me because it calmed my anxiety. So I ate to self-soothe 98% of the time. My food noise was really built around self-soothing. And my entire existence was built around my next meal. My entire existence was, what will it take to get to my next meal? And that's how I lived for several years. And it sucks. Kayla, I was the same way. It took a little bit to convince my doctors, and it was, I mean, not to convince, but to talk to them about it. And so that was the food noise for me. And I still have food noise. I still exist in a world where food noise happens for me. It exists all the time for me too. So it's a never ending thing. But a lot of it was trying to deal with the food noise when I had that surgery, because you go from eating very large portions to eating nothing. I mean, quite literally, I lived on a liquid diet for, I don't know, 3 months. 3 months, just about. Around that. Monica, thank you for the gamer tater. So that, you know, that in and of itself was the like the biggest thing, I think, was the food noise. So yeah, so that was food noise, but I don't regret surgery at all. I mean, I lost 250 plus pounds. Do you feel lethargic at the beginning? Absolutely. Oh, I was exhausted. If you guys were around for the streams, so I took like a week and a half off from streaming after I had the surgery. And then when I started streaming, I could only stream, guys, for like an hour and a half. I would be done with Abby Rose. Thank you for the spring sunset, because I was going from eating tons of protein and having tons of energy because of food to eating no food. So my body was exhausted for like the first probably 3 months. I was in a huge, like, your body was in a different state, very, very differently. So like for the first like 3 weeks I came back to stream, I would only do like 2 hours of stream if we were lucky a day. And that was the max I could do. Everyone, thank you so much for the things that help with the goal, Batty. I appreciate it. And that was like the most we could do. Hula, thank you for the follow. Food is crippling. It's true. Any advice with the food noise now after everything you've been through? It's hard because I think I would still have food noise if I didn't have the surgery. I do. Scattercover, thank you for the gamer tater. But now I live in a world where my focus is not on the food. It's on everything else. Like, I don't worry about what my next meal is going to be. I worry about what we're going to be doing that day, what I have planned for the day, you know, which is both good and dangerous. Like, there are pluses and minuses to it. For example, I do a lot of DoorDash now because I don't think about my food too often, and then I have no food. Tati, thank you for the follow. Oh, Kristen, thank you. I appreciate you. How'd you get there mentally? Therapy. Therapy. I do have a Switch, yes. But you did? Jay, oh my God, congratulations. Can we get some, Jay, oh my God. And I'm assuming you named it Vinny after me. Yes, Christy. Yeah, I mean, that's why you guys watch me. Every time I get somebody in the comments being like, wait, you're still eating your, like, I'll go get food after this round probably, and I won't finish it, and it'll take me all stream to eat that food that I get, right? Ezra, oh. Actually, oh my gosh. It'll take me all stream to eat that food. But that's because I otherwise I get sick, you know, I get physically sick. Also, different foods affect me differently than they did before too, you know. You know what I mean? So it's just, there's different things. You full so fast? Yeah. Around how old were you got the surgery? I was, well, let's see. I'm 27 now, and it was 2 years ago. I was around 25. Would you be eligible for GLP-1? I don't think I'd be eligible for it because I had the gastric bypass, but I don't even know. What even is a GLP-1? I'll be real. Yes, we've been playing it on stream. It's been so much fun. Is there anything you can't eat anymore? There's a few things. I can't eat things in excess. So like French fries, can't do. French fries, I immediately, mostly big starchy carbs, I can't do most of the time. Pasta's okay for me for the most part, but starchy, oh, Ozempic, okay. But starchy carbs, I cannot do. $27? Yes, yeah, I'm 27. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so it's Ozempic. Okay, I wasn't sure what it was. I was like, I mean, I could go on it, but I don't think I need to necessarily, because I don't really deal with food noise that much anymore. And I'm still on my weight loss than my weight. I would say if something started changing with how my diet or things worked, I would look into it. But as of right now, I wouldn't need it. They can, yeah. Yeah. Mostly Ozempic is for type 2 diabetes, less type 1. But it does help with insulin resistance. I was born in 1998, Elena, but July. Thanks, Daisy. Thank you, Broth. I appreciate that. I will say the biggest thing for me was that it just changed my life in a way where I could actually exist as a human being. I'm trying to practice my aim, y'all, with this new sense. Like I used to not be able to like go for a walk because I'd be out of breath. You know what I mean? And I had such bad back pain when I was heavier. Like it was insane. To the point where like it was difficult to exist and live, you know? To exist and live, you know? I'm doing good, Madison. Like it was just not possible, you know what I mean? Yeah, I had knee and ankle pain. I had terrible back pain. I mean, it was awful. I mean, it was quite literally terrible. Hi, Blue Guys, see me. Yeah, Galaxy. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, not awesome, but I'm glad that you were able to get treated. That's what was my asthma. I'm trying. Yeah. Hey, Betty's, we do have our goals today on both platforms, by the way. We are trying to slay up our goals. We're doing good on TikTok. We're a little behind on Purple, though. We're about halfway on TikTok, though. So thank you, baddies, for the love. You respond to DMs? I do if I remember to look at them. Most of my DMs come to, hi, Bean, come to my requests. So sometimes I forget to look and I'm like, oh. Girl, can I aim today? Again, practicing my aim here. Oh, girl. Hold on, I got somebody else coming down, I think. I think there's another person. Was there another? Hi, Vox. Oh, Tanner, who knows? But I'll check my DMs after stream because some people said they sent me DMs. Broth and M, guys, thank you for the gifties. Hey, Morris, thank you too. They waiting for me? Yeah, they're like waiting up top there. Maybe there wasn't someone. I thought there was. Crop ya top. Thank you for the follow. Oh, yeah, we switched it up. Okay, I thought they were here. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. KXY with the 5 gifted. Baby,
I shake that ice. I shake that ice.
Thank you, baddie. We get some slates in the chat, y'all.
I shake that ice.
Oh.
Shake that ice. Shake that, shake that, shake that.
Thank you so much, KXY. 25. Yeah, it's amazing. That's amazing, though. Wait, I really do like this shotgun a lot. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Much better. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I definitely in a much better place now than I was. Eloise, guys, thank you for the gifties. And we're 3 followers away on TikTok from 40 followers. Yeah, the shotgun shoots really, really far. So if you're scrolling by, make sure to follow for a Zesty Bestie, okay? Help us get to 40, y'all. We're 3 away. Thank you, Cruffy Top. Appreciate you. But yeah, so I don't regret anything about the surgery. I'm very happy I did it, but it definitely is a crazy thing. Hi, Lily Strong, how are you? It's definitely a much harder thing than people realize, you know? Whoa, Riley, my baddie, how are you? Thank you for the Kentucky Derby. Yeehaw, baby. Oh my God.
I shake that ice.
Thank you for the Derby jockey, Riley.
Shake that ice.
Slay.
Shake that ice.
Girl, have you been playing Fortnite?
Shake that ice.
Mm-hmm.
Shake that.
We gotta play soon. I really have not played too much. I'll be real. Thank you so much, Riley. I appreciate it. Slay. Hi, Jenna. The Kentucky Derby edits on TikTok had me emotional this morning. I'm gonna be real. I forgot that it was today. I also forgot today was the Met Gala. Hello? I'm gay and I forgot. What am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my life? I forgot the Met Gala was. Yeah, it's today. It's literally right now. The Met Gala is quite literally happening right now. Not gay, but love the Met. Well, me too. Why? Also, wait, is it always on a Monday, by the way? Is it, why, is it weird to me that it's on a Monday afternoon? Is the Met Gala always on a Monday? Yes? Why am I crazy? Why? Can I ask, does anybody know why that is? I feel like that's crazy to me. Hi, Geeking, how are you? Welcome in. It's always the first Monday in May, but why Monday? It's all influencers now? Yeah, I agree with you, Rachel. The gala's being coached by Bezos? Ew. Nasty. They both start with M. I didn't know if there was like a reason for it. Keith, think of the follow. And Addie, think of the follow too. I didn't know if there was like a reason that it was on Monday or not. I do like the theme this year, which is like art, right? Yeah, my rival started. He's over there. It's Bruno. Was that Bruno Mars skin? I don't know what skin that is. I'm being a little shit and camping up here, which I know is the bad thing to do. Got one shot on him. You said my name? I did say your name. Is he gonna move? Oh, there he is. Come on, girl. Is he a bot? He's got to be a bot. Right? Wait. Or is that the bot with? I'm so confused. Oh, that's the bot with him. I'm like so confused. Okay, he has a bot with him. I was actually like genuinely, I was like, wait, why is he not moving? I was like, why is the, what is going on? And I'm doing good, Eddie. How are you? Thank you so much again, Riley. I appreciate you. She's riding on out. To your left. I mean, I see this to my left. I'm wondering if I try and take it. I gotta be careful though. We do, Eddie. Yeah, we're gonna do some customs today, I think, because I want to try the new custom settings. Okay, that guy's over there. Dude, what is his bot that he's got? Give it to me. Hi, Savannah, how are you? I have the Hollow Twister. I have the Hollow Twister. Hee 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 hee. My Shayla. And I'm probably gonna die immediately with it, but that's okay. Go through the follow. Guys, thank you for the follows and the love. Welcome in. Hi, Clever Witch. My baddie. Yes, it's in the game specifically. Well, I think it's actually in, isn't it in Reload too? I stream every day, but Saturdays and Sundays, I think I am going to start taking off a little bit too, probably. Or do like special IRL streams or something. But yes, otherwise every day, Addy, yeah. We don't just play Fortnite though. We also play other games too. Somebody's over here. Ooh. You're in 25th place now? Yay! Oh my god, guys, we're going up. We're almost to top 20. Yeah, but the recoil is bad on it. I haven't used it in ages. We'll test it out. Girl, is it windy out? Why is my... It feels like my room is shaking. Hello? Brand, it's through gifting. So any of these gifts here, but don't feel like you have to. But those are how it helps boost the placement, Brand. But do not feel like you have to. It's just for a fun little thing. TikTok also asked me to compete in it, so I'm doing it for TikTok too. I'm kind of hiding. I'm waiting to see. I'm nervous. Mrs. Spank, thank you for the heart me. Coco, thank you for the follow, by the way. Hi, Sky. Lobbies are so freaking sweaty today. It's actually insane how sweaty they've been. Okay, everybody's gonna have to push. If they're over here, they're gonna have to push in this way. Absolutely, Laura. Haley, I don't think it's necessarily doing great. I don't think it's gonna ever die, probably, because it has such a loyal fan base. But I do think they're gonna have to do some adjustments. Brad, thank you for the spring sunset. Oh my god, and Katie, thank you for the gamer taters. Thank you so much, you baddies.
She's an icon, she's a legend, and she is the moment.
I think they will have to adjust some things for sure. I need to find better movement, actually. What changes should be made? I mean, I think not laying off 1,000 employees is the first one. That's my big one. I also think they need to stop putting focus on collabs. That's my real, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily a hot take, but I think they put their sole focus on collabs and they need to stop that. I think that's my number one thing. I think there's too much focus on collabs and not on the experience of the game. And I think that's a big part of the problem. I think collabs used to have more of an impact in general, and I think now they're kind of, they just exist to exist kind of now, you know? I knew I was gonna get sniped out of the air. I just knew it. I just knew it. Girl. Jesus! This Bruno Mars was annoying as shit. Oh my god. That Bruno Mars kept chasing me and running away and chasing. I just can't. Damn. That's right. That's all right.
Sashay away.
Hi with the first ever gift. Thank you. Oh my god. I didn't even realize. Thank you so much, guys. We're like slaying on TikTok. It's crazy. Wait. Oh my god. Did I hit a hello? Sorry to Purple. Huh? I didn't mean to do that. My bad, Purple. That was an accident. That was an accident. May the 4th and also with you. I feel like they've stopped putting the energy they used to on the maps. I feel like maps before used to be so much better. Yeah, I agree. Okay, baddies, I'm starving. I'm going to grab something to eat real fast. I'll be back I'm just going to heat up some food real quick. I'm going to be so quick. Let's see if we can keep tapping, maybe to get 125K or 130K. And then we got our goals on Purple and TikTok. You guys were slaying, though. I'm just going to warm up for 30 seconds. I'll be so fast even though I'm gone. All right? And then I'll be right back, okay? Let me put on a round from earlier. Let's do... Wait, can I not play that one? Okay. I can only play the... They've started changing the way I can look at replays, which is annoying, but that's fine. But that's fine. Thank you so much. Can we get some slays for Kaya also with that first ever gift ever sent in a TikTok live?
I just wanna be part of your symphony.
I appreciate you, baddie. I was so confused. I know, I hit the button by accident. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna grab something real quick. I'm gonna put on some music while I do that. I'll be so fast. I'm just starving. BRB. I'm gonna go grab some food. I'll be 30 seconds.
But it was like
See you in just a
-4
moment.
degrees and I get what you say. I just really don't wanna hear it right now. Can you shut up for like once in your life? Listen to me. I took your nice words of advice about how you think I'm gonna die lucky if I turn 30. want to be me. Is that not allowed? And I'm too clever, and then I'm too fucking dumb. You hate it when I cry, and this is that
I'm back.
fun. And I'm too
I'm
perfect.
back.
So I show you that I'm not 1,000 people.
Hello.
believe in you, and you hate the fucking Lord. You hate the fucking Lord. You hate the fucking Lord.
Guys, this is what I made.
You hate the fucking
It's Marry Me Chicken Pasta.
Lord. You hate the
Guys, thank you for the gifts and the love and the taps. I appreciate it. Okay, fine, I'll marry you. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it was really simple to make. It's just chicken, and then it was like an Alfredo sauce in the crock pot. You like made the Alfredo sauce or whatever. And onions and garlic and spinach and pasta. I bought one of the, oh my God, you know what I bought, guys, that literally has changed my goddamn life? One of those girl, can I speak? Chicken shredders. Hi, Sweet and Grumpy. Have you ever seen those? Where it's like a plate and you put the chicken on it and you like spin it. You go like this. You're like, whoa. Changed my life. It was, they're like $10 on, Amazon. Thanks, Kaya. Wait, really? It worked for me, Twisted Stitcher. I love it. I used it yesterday. Yeah, it's so annoying with the fork. Hi, Jaquie, how are you? I took too big of a bite there. See, that's what happens. When I take too big of a bite, my stomach is like, so now I'm full. So like I had too big of a bite and now I need to wait a few minutes and then I'll be like ready to eat more. Samantha, thank you for the rose. Riley, thank you for the heart me. Usually. And guys, thank you for doing a tap and share that live out. I'm not sure how many shares we're currently at, but let's see if we can get to like 150 shares. If we haven't already. Little Jim Bob is driving. Because he knew I love them and he was very right. I love that, Sweet and Grumpy. Which ones did you see? That's it'll be full. Yeah. 103. Let's see if we get to 150, y'all. Go crazy stupid. You had pasta for dinner? Ooh. Pasta sound, it was a good, it's good. It's good. What time is it? 4:14. Okay. I'm keeping an eye on that clock, baddies. I am going outside today. It is the only day this week that's going to be nice. So I'm going outside. It is happening for me today. Yeah, homie, we played it pretty regularly on stream. We played it like almost every day last week. And we've posted like 10 videos about it. So, homie, looks like you're just not caught up on our stuff over here. We posted, I think like probably 8 videos now so far of Tomodachi Life. It's been pretty good though. Okay, wait, this is a cube rifle. That's okay, homie. How are you, by the way? Tasha, thank you for the follow. Hi, Momo, how are you? Is this good? I feel like I died instantly to this rifle when I was fighting the one guy with it. Like, I feel like I died instantly. Hi, Arturo, how are you? Wait. Oh, fuck. Girl, how does this fucking work? Oh my God. How does that, okay, so it's not a shotgun? I'm so confused on how that works. Is it not a shotgun? What is it considered? Kind of like a cannon blaster. Oh, okay. So not a shotgun. Can I have a chip? Sure. Aim shoots an orb. Cosmic Tea, they really go populars. It's people like wiped me out with it earlier, so that's why I was like, well, I want to try it. But I don't know. I don't know. My Shayla, how are you, Cosmic? Guys, we're 6 followers away on TikTok from 50 followers this stream. Are you a baddie? I don't think you can't ADS with it. Lady, you're the follow. Look good at a distance. I'll be real though, I did kind of hit the one guy who wiped me with it, wiped me like crazy. Thank you, Laney. Like he wiped me out. I was done for. I'm good. Having a Monday, you know, the usual. Sweet Grumpy with the first ever gift on TikTok. Oh my God, thank you. And thank you for the, holy cow. Well, you're an icon for the rose. If you ADS and then she does an extra blast. Oh. Okay. And girl, and how did I die? Because I took out half of his health before I even walked in the room. Like, what the fuck? Like, girl, I cannot.
Bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye.
Oh, wow. We clocked him for what? Guys, let's do a little introduction if you're new here, by the way.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call,
Well, just text me.
Bitch is slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from ATL.
As we do. So thank you for the gamer tater. Oh my God, she's bald. Yeah, I definitely needed to like, I don't know. Fresho.
I just wanna be part of yourself.
Nike Jeremy for the follows. Fresho, thank you for the sub for 10 months. I so appreciate you. Hi, Sylvie. Guys, our goal today is to see if we can get into top 20 for this level up campaign. Let me see where we're currently at, what place we're currently at on TikTok. We're currently 25. We're only behind to 24 by 85 points, but to get to top 20, guys, we only need like 10K points, a little over 10K points. So we're pretty damn close. Y'all. Betty Brown, it's true. Thank you for the gamer tater. Pretty damn close. Unfortunately, Lauren, the only thing it does, and please do not feel obligated to, is gifts. I wish it was other things too, but unfortunately it's just gifts. It's all these ones that you see here. If you're on TikTok, you see them there. Hi, Jack, how are you? As always, your presence is a present first and foremost. And that's what I mean the most. I wish there were other things that counted towards it, you know, but unfortunately. What? Hi, Claire. I am Nikki. How about you? I'm hungry. And now I'm gonna die. A bitch hasn't even landed yet and she's getting shot at. Oh, good. And no weapons either. Thank God it's a bot, I think, that can't aim. Where is this other chest? Here it is. Girl, where are you? Please. Washing dishes. Ooh, okay, dishes. I did see Devil Wears Prada 2 this weekend, guys. And I said earlier, I really loved it. I really loved it. Cosmic Tay, thank you for the spring sunset. And Toxic, give it a follow. I really loved it. I know a lot of people didn't like it. Hi, Cozy Corner, how are you? But I really did love it. Like, I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Cosmic. I so appreciate it. Dominic, thank you for the dolphin. Oh, I missed. Girl, there we go. Thank you very much. Fuck. Girl, I can't even land for 2 seconds. Was he just trying to fist me? At least give me some lube first, girl. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. That was a bad joke, guys. That was a bad one. That was a bad one. Like, damn, girl. Bleep it. I choked. Wow. Wow. Hi, Koi J. Right. Well. Ashley, thank you for the gamer taters. Who said that? Also, hi, Koi J. How are you? Wait, why am I not? What was that? Okay, James. You got my first day at the new job? Amazing. And did you quit or did you stay? I'm quick to make the fisting joke with those damn gloves. Yeah, I mean, who isn't? But yeah, I actually love Devil Wears Prada 2, guys. I thought it was fabulous. I thought it was fabulous. Even though I got ghosted, I loved it. I'm your pet. You are. I should have named this Koi J, but we named it Fishussy, I think. Yeah, Fishussy. I mean, you are what you are, Koi J. Ghosted again? Yeah. Girl. Better than the first one, you think? I think that they're different movies and that they're okay to be like separate. Like people I think were expecting it to be like, I don't know, we're putting a lot of pressure on it, but I loved it because it talked about like AI, it talked about like journalism kind of like dying a little bit. It talked about like print media dying. It also, I don't know, it kind of inspired me a little. Suitable now, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate that. Who's uncalled for? Wait, what happened? Are you girls flirting with me? Are you girls trying to flirt with me? What was it called? Devil Wears Prada 2. The second movie. Yes, always. But yeah, I did get ghosted. I was saying earlier, this is, man, how did it touch on AI? I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil the movie because if I give away the AI stuff, it does kind of spoil the movie a little bit. So I don't want to do that. Oh, got it, Sylvie. I don't want to spoil. Who's over there? Okay, there we go. Thank you for the spoilers. You're welcome. Ow, what the fuck? Literally eat a dick to that person. She's gonna push me too. Okay, let me get it out of here because, oh, there's so many people around. Okay, that was funny. He was only in it for like 30 seconds though. But yes, the man that ghosted me, we had been like, we had hung out quite a few times. So I was like, okay, clocked. Are you Jack? Hey. Period, mama. Yes. Mama devoured on Fortnite. She did devour. We're playing Phasmophobia together and so much fun with, oh yeah, Toby. Phasmophobia is probably a lot more fun with other people. I will say there's probably a lot of games that I wouldn't play unless I was streaming them. Haley, thank you for the gamer tears, by the way. I feel like you know what I mean? For me, specifically. His loss, yeah, whatever. Shay's, same. It's annoying as fuck. Guys, I also told chat earlier, if you weren't here, I did the depressing thing and I went to a bar by myself on Saturday. And it was honestly the worst thing I have ever done. And I will never do it again. At least in my town. At least in my town. I will never do it again. Know why? I was the only person there besides 2 other people. I don't mind going out, but there was no one else there besides me and 1 other couple. Literally, let me show you guys the picture. I took a picture at the bar after having a drink because I thought it was so funny. This was me sitting at the bar alone. It was so fucking depressing. So that's what I said. And instead I said, well, I'm going, how far is like 5 hours. 5.5. About 5.5 for me. No, I'm from New York, Lauren. I'm in New York. I'm in upstate New York, though. Maybe a guy will be into that. And I'm going to tell you right now, the only men in this town who are into those things are DL married men who wouldn't come up to talk to me to see the light of day because they're scared that they're going to get seen by other people and are petrified. Dale Holt, quite literally. Brewery's going to drink alone when it's a brewery. It doesn't make me feel. Honestly, we don't even have a brewery here. We have. There are other bars that I could have gone to that have. I do not live in Brooklyn, guys. I think a lot of people think when I say New York that like everyone thinks New York City, but New York is a huge state, guys. Like I live. People in like Long Island and Connecticut live closer to New York City than I do. You know what I mean? Like I'm not even close to New York City. Like I'm so far away from the city, you know? Like I basically live in the Midwest with the way that upstate New York is. New York is Times Square to us. I do not, Jackie, no. So what are you eating? I'm eating Marry Me chicken pasta that I made. There's a place to live. Yeah. That's like what I say live in Oregon. Everyone goes, oh, Portland. Yeah, it's like when you say you live in California and they're like, oh, LA, you know. Maybe thank you for the gamer taters. Yeah. So it's like the, but no, I live about 5 hours away. I mean, 4.5. 4.5 hours from New York City. 4.5-ish. I do. Give us some? Deal. I made it in the crock pot last night. I actually cooked food for myself, guys. New York is big? Yeah. I mean, like, you have to understand, also New York City, guys, is like at the very bottom tip of New York, right? No, I don't, Nicole. Not very. I mean, I have friends who live in New York and I live there in New York City and I lived there for a while, but like, it's like I'd rather go on vacation at other places, you know? I have been to Cali, yep. Yeah. I hate cooking. 2 hours of light traffic, yeah. Is it look cold there? Today is the only day it's gonna be nice, and then the rest of this week is gonna be 10 degrees. So I'm going outside today. So I'm ending stream at some point to go outside and touch grass today. I am doing that. But yeah, so like New York in and of itself, like if you look at the shape of New York, guys, like hold on. Let me pull up a picture of New York State so you can see. Okay. Okay. Here's a picture of New York. Do you see that bottom little pink bit down there, guys? In the very bottom right-hand corner? That is New York City. That's New York City. The rest is a huge state. Like, New York City is 13 miles. New York City is 13 miles long. The rest of the state is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles long. Like, it's just that the city is obviously the big thing that people know, you know. New York City is quite literally an island. New York City, Manhattan is an island. Yeah, I live near like gorges and waterfalls, stuff like that. Like, hold on. Like, this is like 25 minutes from where I live. Like, this is right outside my house. This is basically where I live looks like. Like, this is basically that's where I live. that's where I live, guys. Do you hike much? I do. Yeah, it's called the Finger Lakes. So upstate New York is known to the Finger Lakes. Oh, you're rich? No. I am middle class. I mean, you have to understand. I mean, my rent here is only $1,000 a month. Rich in life. Oh, rich in life. Yes, rich in life. I'll be busting the waterfall. Yeah. So like, is there a lot of hiking trails? Yeah. So part of the way that New York has a lot of lakes. So there's the Great Lakes, obviously, if you guys know the Great Lakes, but there's a thing called the Finger Lakes, and they basically look like four fingers, but they're lakes. And so they exist all across the state. And so, basically there's a thing called the Finger Lakes Trails, and it's a very long trail that goes all the way across all of those lakes and through mountains and things. And you can hike all of them. The closest Finger Lakes Trail to me is like 5 minutes away, but they're all over the state, and they all connect. Cacti knows on it, yeah. So like, I live in a valley, so I'm surrounded by a bunch of mountains around me, where I live in New York. Mama's from Syracuse? Yeah, okay. T. But yeah, that's New York. New York is actually a lot bigger. Let's interlace fingers, yeah. Hiking is so good for mental health, yeah. Thanks because of the office? Yeah, right. Do you go hiking? I do sometimes. I mean, I don't anymore, but my mom is a big hiker. I'm into all of that. There's nothing specific, Jackie, for me. I don't really have a type. The nature of my life, and I live in New York? Yeah. I mean, New York City is just such a small part of the state. I mean, obviously it's big because it's a bigger, bigger part of the, like, obviously the population density is there, but there's several cities like Rochester and Syracuse. I mean, also, New York City isn't even the capital of our state. Like, the capital of our state is Albany. Wait, if I'm wrong, I'll have to look it up, Jackie. Yeah, the capital is not New York. It's not New York City. Buffalo, yeah. It's Albany. Albany is the capital of our... Girl, I'm just gonna let these guys fight it out. There's also somebody up top there. I'm kind of just watching all this go down. What are these guys doing? School and Rock, me too. Go to the Catskills. Yeah, Catskills is beautiful. Zach, thank you for the Harmony, by the way. It is. Yep, Brent. Yeah. But yeah, it's a really big state. I think people. I'm just kind of watching this fight happening. Okay. You're quiet today? Not really. I'm just eating food. No, like on TikTok? I actually turn my volume up on TikTok. So if I'm quiet, that's just you. I actually quite literally just turned my volume all the way up on TikTok. I turned up my mic volume. So actually it's louder than it's ever been. Yes, we got a couple of them to get married. Sue Sylvester and who else? It might also be Peyton. It might be a TikTok bug. TikTok has been bugged out where it will have the volume decreased for like until you refresh the live or something, and you have to like come back out and come back in. I've been having that happen constantly today or over the past couple of days. I'm dead here. I'm dead here. I'm dead here. Yeah, I'm dead. I don't even know I tried. Not really. Not really. Yep, it worked. Yeah. It's a TikTok bug. I don't know why it's been doing that. Baddies, we are 2 followers away from hitting 50 followers on stream. Are you guys gonna follow? Who's gonna follow right now and join us on TikTok?
Bitch, you know I'm
Girl, I'm getting my ass. These games are so sweaty today. Oh my God, she's bald. Michael, thank you for the follow. You know I am that girl. From ATL. And who's going to be our next one to get us to 50, y'all? But yeah, that's New York for you. So yeah, I live in upstate New York. So there's like so much. Like the Finger Lakes are beautiful. There's just not a lot to do. There's not a lot to do. But it is beautiful. Like this is about 30 minutes from my house right here. Ish. This bridge. It's about 30-ish minutes from where I live. This bridge. Are you close to Canada? I'm closer to Canada than I am to New York City, yeah. Do I live in New York? I do, and then I don't. I do and I don't. I don't love living where I currently live in New York. I love New York State. I don't love living where the town that I currently live in because it's very MAGA and it's very not, there's just not a lot to do here. I don't think I could ever leave New York. I don't really watch any YouTubers. No, Letchworth, yeah. Have you ever gone around? I don't know, Trinity. It's kind of tough. Is that Letchworth? It is, yep. I'm not going to say this specific town, Maya, just because people are crazy and track my my thing. I can see you in Ithaca. Yeah, Ithaca's a place I've looked at. I want to move back to Rochester. I lived in Rochester for several years. Like I went to college in Rochester. Kai, thank you for the gamer taters, by the way. Yeah, I live in a very MAGA town. And be more like in the Rochester. Jake, thank you for the follow. I just love the vibes in New York more. Yeah, I mean, I love New York. I love upstate New York. I love New York a lot. I always have loved New York. I've been to California. I've been to LA. I like San Diego a lot. I don't like LA. If you have to choose a city or town in New York State, where would you live? I would live in Rochester, New York, because it's close enough to my family. There's queer culture, so there's things for me to do. There's stuff to do out and about all the time there. Like there's things that exist. I did grow up in New York. Yeah, I'm in my hometown that I grew up in. Do you want to move soon? Lilac, I know Lilac Fest kicks off. I would love to, but it's affording it right now is kind of not in the current plans. Soon, maybe. I also love my apartment. If I could pick up my apartment and just move it to Rochester, I think I would be a much happier person. My apartment is fucking gorgeous and it's perfect. It is literally like the best. Like I love where I live, my apartment so much. I love my apartment so much. And I would never get this apartment for the price that I got it for in Rochester. In Rochester. And if there's one thing about me, I need to live by myself. Nicole, that's the plan. If there's one thing about me, I will not live with other people. I refuse to live with other people. Damn, yeah. I need to live by myself. Hi, Shadow. Guys, we're 1 follower away from 50 followers. If you're scrolling by the FYP, TikTok's been a little funky for me today. We're super low on TikTok for some reason. But if you're scrolling by, can you leave a follow for Zesty Bestie? Michaela, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Especially if you stick in and hang out in the live for a few minutes. It helps us out a lot. Yeah, pass me our space. Yeah. I love having my space that I have. It's just that if I could pick this apartment up and move it, and I've looked at other apartments, but none, like they're all about $600 to $700 more, shut up, than what I currently pay. Yes to both, Taylor. I don't know about kids, but yes to married at least. And honestly, that's like just it's a little out. You know what I mean? I also just have really good deals here. Like, you know what I mean? I'm close enough to family. I'm close enough to all the things that I do. That's the hard part. It's like, this is the perfect place for me to be able to be a full-time creator and do what I do. Compared to like anywhere else right now, at least right now. I think eventually I could move, and I would, but also I've only been in this apartment now. Well, June 1st will be a year. Yeah, Smile. I do love Buffalo too. I know I have friends in Rochester. I have people in Rochester that I know. You know what I mean? Like Rochester is one of my home bases because like I lived in Rochester for years, so I have a lot of friends in Rochester. Like whenever I go to something, guys, and I'm like, I'm going to this place, it's usually in Rochester when I go out and do things. Usually. I moved into this apartment almost a year ago now, baby Panda. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Lemon Squeeze. And guys, thank you for your heart music for coming in. If you're scrolling by on TikTok, can you say slay in the chat? Let me know if you're here and pop in even just for a second. We are like, TikTok has not pushed. We've only got pushed up to 1,000 people today on TikTok. I don't know why. So you guys sharing, tapping, all those good things. I don't know the exact name of it, but it's called the DT990 Pro. DT990 Pro. Thank you, Olivia. Guys, thank you. DT990 Pro is the name of it. But yeah, we moved into my apartment that I'm in currently a year ago. Crazily enough. Let us see for the heart me. Thank you for the gamer level ups too. Helping with the goals there. And out of my current apartment, or out of where I was living in my my family's RV. Because for a while, guys, I was streaming from an RV camper. If you were here for that. How do you keep yourself entertained with Fortnite after playing it so much? I don't. I burn out on it very easily, Olivia. The only reason I play it is because I get to have you guys to talk to. I don't play Fortnite off stream. We play it 3 times a week, if that, on stream. Hi, Katie. How are you? Jackie, thank you for the gamer level ups. Very, very, very much focus it for me on not burning out on it, which is why I like to do variety games on stream. Otherwise, I would burn out. Yeah, I would overheat a lot. Girl, she run. Girl, I can't land on the damn thing. Fuck. Dude, where is she? Are you Canadian? Nope. Did you have a roommate recently? Never had a roommate, no. So his basement? Yeah, that was my aunt in Rochester. Girl, oh my God, these fucking... Wait. Fuck, where is this oh my God. I'm gonna take fall damage too. Okay, well, we're out of storm at least. Jeez. That wasn't fun, baddies. That was not fun. Who's going over there? You guys see Albany? Nice. Okay, I had to lock in there. That was kind of crazy. Baddies, welcome in if you're joining in, by the way. Thank you for following if you're new. Because you're bashful if you are.
Now I'm bashful. I didn't know. I'm bashful.
I'm bashful. Ella with the sub.
Everyone say, don't be bashful, Lorix.
Can we get some slash chat? Ella, thank you for the sub. And it's closer to our goal. Thank you. And yeah, guys, thank you for helping with TikTok. Help push her out. All those good things. Olivia, thank you for the follow. I don't know why she's being temperamental with me today. But I also have noticed the bug that's been happening too. So did anybody else have that noise bug, by the way, guys, with my stream, where you come in and it sounds super quiet and then you have to come back out? Because I need to like report that if it's like an actual thing. Lindsay, thank you for the heart me. Because I know some other people were experiencing it. I'm trying to see if it was like just me or if other people had it. No, but you did have it. You've had it on other lives before? Okay, so it's not just me. Because that's kind of, it's hard with TikTok. Like, I feel like people pop in and if it's not perfect, they'll be like, I'm out, girl, you know? Ooh. The other day. Yeah, it's been happening to a couple people. I'm like, this is annoying. I'm like, this is annoying. I have to sneeze. Oh, shit. Oh, oh. My bad. A girl had to sneeze. Wait, did that have more charges or less? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it did. Bless you. Thank you. Yeah, none of you are saying bless you right now. Kendra, thank you for the heart me. Those spring allergies. Yes, guys, don't forget your daily heart me's. If you are coming in on TikTok, that's the #1 thing that can help us. Your heart me's on TikTok helps so much. No nose issues. But yes. Okay, slay. Desi, thank you for the popular, guys. Thank you. Hi, hey, how are you? Achoo, baby. Heart me. Abby, thank you for the Derby Rose. Whoa. Thank you, Batty. Thank you for that gifty. I appreciate that. Those are cute. Unable to fit in that suitcase. Oh my gosh. Happy May 4th. Why did I get May 4th and 420 mixed up today, guys? Everyone was like, happy May 4th. And I was like, yeah, if you celebrate. I did it all by myself. Hey, one thing that I think TikTok has kind of made comprehension so difficult for people. I'll be real. I learned how to stream by trial and error, forcing myself to learn. I mean, I started in 2020, so there were only like YouTube videos. I used YouTube videos to teach myself. I did it all by myself and learned. I feel like the one thing recently I've noticed from so many things is TikTok just like people just ask questions and don't do any research anymore. Especially on like videos, not even about like streaming, just about like literally everything. Like every video I go into now on TikTok, I will look at the comments and every comment is like the person will have the title of a book and they're talking about a book and they'll be like, what book is this? And I'm like, girl, what? You know what I mean? It's like, oh. I'm like, girl, that's crazy. I'm like, girl, that's crazy to me. Purple, we might need some friends on TikTok today if you're able to help out over there. It's kind of wild. And I don't know if it's like a stupidity thing or just like an on purpose thing. Like, I don't actually quite know. You know what I mean? It's like, I put the name like in the, like people just put stuff in the captions. And I'm like, see you later. Thank you again for the gifties. Wow, look at me miss my shots, guys. I got somebody landing on me. Girl. Wait! Is that a stream sniper? Guys, pause. Or was that my rival? Why have I seen that name multiple times today? I've seen that name multiple times today. Am I crazy or am I crazy? Right? That name I've seen and that skin. I'm not crazy, right? I've seen that name multiple times today. Is it? No, it isn't. No. It's I gotta look it up after the stream. We need to look to see if I need to like block them or something. Because that person, I've seen that person. That person's eliminated me like 3 times. I feel like at least 2 times today. With that stupid ass skin. So that's why I'm like, hello. I'm like, hello. A lot of fighting we got over here. Ooh! Oh, girl. Okay. Girl, okay. That's fine, girl. That's fine. That's fine, girl. That's fine. Maya, thank you for the GGs. And Kokiko, thank you for the hurt me. Welcome in, baddies, if you're joining in. Okay. This guy in the car is back over. Oh, there he is. Wait, what is he doing? Did he drop his crown? What did he do? Making tacos for dinner? Ooh, yum. Girl, these people confuse me in this game. I'm not gonna lie. Ah! Fuck. Girl. Girl, I can't even see. Jesus Christ. Was he hiding the whole time? Like, was he camping in there the whole time? I can't. I quite literally cannot in this game today. Okay, I need to look at that person's name. How do I look up the people that I eliminate? Is it like in the recent? Is it under report? Where even is it? Oh my God, how do I find the person, guys? Is there a way to do that? Guys, thank you, Pete. Thank you. Hello, welcome in. Moon Baby, thank you for the gamer taters. Oh my God, thank you all so much. Thank you, Jackie, as well.
She's an icon. She's a legend.
Go to
and
replays.
She is the moment.
Okay. Let's go to replays because that person literally I've seen multiple times today. Okay. And so now I'm not trusting it. You know, it might just be matchmaking that's putting us together because I feel like he wasn't tracking me, but you know, I don't know. Maybe a little nerve. I was like he's eliminated me a bunch today. Let me set new goal, guys. Hold on. We'll do the gamer level ups now. Ooh. We'll do those. Okay, let's see. It's right here, I think. No, wait, it's here. Wait, where did I eliminate? I can't remember. This guy right here. Where is he? I really hate that it won't. This guy. Heidelum Apples is his name. This guy right here. This guy right here. Multiple times today. He's been on me. Simulus, thank you for the heart me. I want to watch him for a second. He was in the other game on the gas station roof, right? I'm not crazy, yeah? He might just be coincidence. It might just be coincidence that he like was in multiple of my games today. It could just be that. I'm trying to watch a little bit, see what he does. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he was stream sniping. I'm not going to do anything. And if we see him again, then we know. Okay? If we see him again, then we know. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't think he was stream sniping because it's not like he was like tracking me or anything. You know what I'm saying? Guys, thank you so much on TikTok for sharing out the live and tapping. If we can get those taps and shares going, I really appreciate it. And if you're scrolling by in the FYP and willing to even just hang out in the live for 1 solid minute, it does help us out so much. If you're scrolling by in the FYP and you see this live and you're willing to just pop in and say hi and hang out for 1 minute, I will give you a kiss and tell you you're beautiful.
She's an icon. She's a legend, and she is the moment.
Lynn, thank you for the gamer level up. I appreciate it. But didn't he go directly? Yes, but I was shooting. So I don't know. That's why I'm like, I'm iffy. Because he was, Michael, thank you for the gifties. I was shooting. So like he turned when I started firing my gun. That's why I'm like, you know what I mean? I would be more suspicious of it if it was like when I wasn't firing and I was hiding in the bush and he came over. But I was firing my pistol when he like turned to get me. So that's the only reason why I'm like, well, maybe. Well, maybe. Well, maybe. Okay, wait 1 second, guys. Maybe able to pop in? Yeah, it's a big fan of me too. I've been glad to be able to pop in too. He didn't see you in the bush, to be honest. If you look back when he walks in, he sees you. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know. I'm confused by it. He might have, if we see him again, then we know. You know what I mean? If we see him again, then it is what it is. And we know, right? Right?
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know.
That's that me espresso. Jackie with the spring sunset. Guys, I gotta look to see what place we're in currently. We're trying to get to top 20 on this before we end today, so we'll see. And we're just 10 subs away from our sub goal on purple, guys, so thank you. Guess oh. But above all else, your presence is what in this chat, y'all? Kayla, thank you for the roses. Guys, it's getting warm in here. Oh my God, it's 71 outside. I cannot wait to go for a walk outside, guys. A present. Thank you. Your 24th bestie. Wait, who's 24th? Am I 24? Am I 24? 24th in the rankings. Oh, girl, I'm blind as a bat. Okay, slay. So we got 4 places to go, but I think we could do that. I think it's very feasible for us to get there. No sweat, no problem. Girl, I can't even today. My brain. My brain is so fried. Actually, we're in a little, we're part of like a TikTok gaming specific, like, what's the word? Tournament, I guess? You want to call it that? Gamer Level Up is the name of it. And basically all these all the gifties there on TikTok help us get to the next level for it specifically. Oh, to be 24 again? Yeah. Hi, Casey. I'm doing good. How are you? Having a chill day today. Having a chill day. Chill Monday. Chill Monday. Jaquie, I'm gonna do custom soon. So if you want to hold it for another day, because we're gonna do customs very shortly with the community. We're gonna try and do 2 to 3 customs, hopefully, to test out the new custom feature. Lindsay, thank you for the spring sunset. Oh my god, you're such a baddie. Oh my god, wait, can we get some slays for Lindsay who just sent 3 spring sunsets? Oh, hello. Feel the rush. Ashley with the gamer taters. Good, it's so good. I was waiting to see. Okay. Storms are coming. I'm a running. Lindsay, thank you for the gamer taters too. Oh my gosh, thank you guys. Once there was a way to get back homeward. I know, I love him too. I always forget about my car, and then we hop into the car and I'm like, girl, what do I have going on here? I always forget about my car and then I'm like, girl, what do I... Whoa, what's all this loot over here? Hello? Hello, loot? Hello, loot? Oh, I got her! I only have 2 health left, but I got her, y'all. I only have 2 health left, but I got her. Damn, that was close. I only have 2 health left, but I got her. That was crazy. The car is so silly. Fuck me. I got a bot, I think, trying to shoot me. No. What the fuck? Girl, suck my ass! Fuck you! I am so sick of this game and its constant third parties. Every damn day. I'll tell you what, I cannot do it anymore. Ads, thank you for the heart me. I swear to God, a girl cannot breathe anymore. Oh, it's crazy. It's insane, baddies. It's insane. Let's see what we're doing on the level up thing, y'all. Girl, it's not letting me scroll, of course. Come on. Girl, let me scroll. Davina, thank you for the gamer level up. I cannot see what place we're on TikTok because now it's not letting me scroll because TikTok is dumb. The third parties are giving aneurysm. It's literally like the third parties are actually making me want to throw up. That's how annoying they are. Like I cannot keep doing the third party sitch. It's insane. Betty's, if this is on your FYP, can you say slay in the chat? I want to know if we're out there. We are like struggling on TikTok today, and I don't know why. I'm so confused what's going on with TikTok lately with us. Let me know in the chat if you can see this live on your TikTok. I'm trying to find out if I'm on the FYP. Just saying slay in the chat, saying hello. We might just have to lock back in on Fortnite for a bit because something is going on with us. Hi, Alicia. How are you? Thank you, guys. Where I have to search for you? Yeah, and I'm not showing up at all for you, Kels. That's crazy. If we immediately run over here. Okay, Casey Slay. But I do now. Well, Kaysen, welcome in. I'm glad you're here. All right, we're going to do like 2 more rounds, guys, and then... Goes up for me? Okay, Slay. For some reason, we're so low today. Like, it's like we're not popping off as we normally do. I can tell we're not. Unfortunately. I don't know why. Do I follow you? Yeah. Unless I search you? Yeah. So, because like usually what happens, I see total viewers for the day on TikTok. Right now it's at 1,300. Usually at 3 hours, our average is 5,000 to 7,000. So like I don't know what's going on with us. I don't know what's going on with the TikTok today. She's just not happy, I guess. Hi, Emily. It's because of the mat? I would say maybe, but that's like, that wouldn't, no, I mean, no, not really. Because that's just me being displayed on the FYP. And people's FYP will still get me. You know what I mean? I would say maybe if it was like, if I was being, you know what I mean? Like this is just FYP stuff. Oh, I was a bus driver? Oh, well. Oh, well. They can go the normal way. Oh, I always start streaming on Purple first. Yeah. Moon Baby, thank you for the spring sunset. I never like to drive the bus, really. I never really care. Girl, they ain't paying me. Why am I driving the bus? They ain't paying me. You know what I mean? I'm not getting paid for their job. Oh my God, I thought he jumped off and died. I didn't realize there was the water there below. I was like, oh, T. I was like, oh wait, that's T. He just jumped. Hi, Ethan. Where is he? All right, I'll let him go. Page before you open up the dirty window. Ethan, thank you for the Zesty Mints. Ow. How are you, Ethan? Mini mic to you, I tell. Hi, Jen. Let the sun illuminate, baby. Let it illuminate, baby. Okay, what am I doing right now? I'm doing good. It's a Monday. The Monday is Mondaying, you know? The Monday is Mondaying, but it's not bad. We're living. We're living and we're here. Tell you, yeah. I am not sure yet, Jen. You mean you're the third party or somebody else is coming in as a third party? Emily, thank you for the rose. Me too. I'm like, girl, I gotta look at my other shit first and figure out what we're doing, you know? Your kitty ran away? Oh my God, no. You better go catch it. Jennifer, I'm kidding. I love you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm literally so sorry. Do you have like posters out? I've lost dogs before. Danielle, they revoked my ticket. They said I was too controversial. Isn't that crazy, Daniela? They said I was too controversial for the Met Gala, which I thought was kind of weird. I was like, me? Controversial? Never. Me? Whomst me? Couldn't be me. Not me. Not me. Posters tonight. Ugh. What's she doing? Oh, there she is. Hi, Queen. I think she got a little confused. I think she got a little confused there. Guys, I'm gonna shout out the next 3 followers on TikTok. The next 3 folks, because that'll get us to 55 followers to stream. The next 3 people, if you're swimming on the FYP and you are not homophobic, then you have to follow right now. That's the rules. I don't make them. Those are just the rules, the way it works. Chrisley being one of them, thank you. And Yo Girl, thank you for the follow as well. And Megan and Jordan, okay. And Boozy Bear, oh my gosh, so many non-homophobes. I love it. Thank you, baddies. Welcome in. And Glorp, thank you for the follow too. We did, yes. I gotta see what place we're currently in on TikTok. For the event thing. Hi, Teox, how are you? I guys, do you have an ad break on Purple? Let's do a cross check, guys. How many of you had water today? Have you guys had water today? Be real with me. Hi, Ryan. Have you had enough water today? Be real with me. Have you? Don't you lie to me now. Go get some water if you have not. Right now. Ma'am, I had coffee. That's not water, Kimura. That's not water, Queen. There's water in Dr. Pepper, I think. Now, does Diet Coke work as water? Are you Anne Hathaway in Devil Wears Prada 2 with the product placement? No, you are not. Go get your ass some water. Go get your ass some water, okay? What about Gatorade? I'll let that one slide, Dawn. But barely. Go piss, girl. Girl, go piss. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Where is my rival? Where are you, baddie? Wherefore art thou? Unst, where are you, little one? Augustus Gloop? I don't know why I'm sounding like Augustus Gloop right now. No, nothing changed forever. Nothing changed I know of. Staring at the blank page before you. Ramen or sushi? Depends on the sushi shade. But ramen probably. But it depends on the sushi. I love a spicy salmon roll. But I'm not a tuna person. I like more cooked fish in my sushi than anything else. So I'd say it would just have to depend. I actually am Augustus Gloop. I love that shade. What kind of ramen are you going to get, though? What kind of ramen are you going to get? That's the real question. I'm on a long car. Taylor, I'll do my best, babes. Where how long's the drive, girl? Yeah, if it's a sunny day for me, I always want sushi. If it's rainy, I don't want sushi. Okay, this person's either above me or below me. I'm gonna go above and see. Watch me die right now. Guys, ready? Watch me die. Girl. And she's running. But I'm gonna die because of third partiers in this godforsaken awful game. I'm so sick of these campers and third partiers. I can't even do anything. Oh my God. It's like you can't even get into a 1v1 without having to at least be aware for 5 other people. I think every game has been a third party. Every one today. Girl, it's been insane. It's been absolutely insane. I cannot. I don't know what even fixes third party. I actually have no idea. Like, what would fix a third party issue? Such fun killers. It's true. Like, I have no idea what would actually fix it. Because it honestly is like out of hand this season. It's the worst it's ever been this season, very specifically. All right, y'all. I don't know if we're going to get to top 20 today. We are a bit behind on TikTok. We could do it. We're about 10K-ish points away. So we're a little bit of ways, but we could do it. Coming in as a fourth party. Like, I don't even know. I mean, I know third parties exist, but I feel like this season specifically, they have never been as bad as it is. No, Sleepy, this is as bad as it's been. Like, out of all seasons I've played, it's never been as bad as this. There's always been third partiers, but this is every single person is a third partier. Like, it's not just that it's a battle royale. It's that there's like actual things going on. Like, it's every round, every fight is always a third party. Every fight. The only time it's not is when it's in the first, I would say if it's in the first 5 minutes of the game. Jess, thank you for the heartbeat. If it's in the first 5 minutes of the game, then usually we're okay. But if it's anything more than that, it's a third party no matter what. And you just have to be ready to be third partied every time. Every time. Wait, I'm sorry. What did I miss? You went to see it for Zesty? I know. Michaela, I'm so sorry. Whatever it was, I missed it. I'm so sorry, Michaela. I'm sending you love. My sister's baby. Oh my God. Wait, that's awful. How about Reload? Reload isn't as bad. I played Reload. It's not too bad there. It's actually just this season. Just this season. Guys, we are going to do customs here in a minute. We're going to do one more round, and then we're going to do customs, guys. And then we're going to do customs. So we are going to do customs soon here in a few. Because I want to test out the custom thing and see how it works. And see how we do with it. See how we do with it, you all. No worries, Niall. And guys, we do have our goals. We slayed our goals on TikTok. We have hit the goal technically on TikTok for the day, but we do have our goals on Purple still. We are 10 away from our goals on Purple, baddies. So talk about this from the last custom. Yeah. This time I get to have control over it and can kick people. So I want to try it out and see how it goes. Because they added a whole bunch of new things to customs, which I'm really excited about. Which I'm actually very, very excited about. I think it's going to be kind of fun. I think it's going to be kind of fun. Oh, I should probably link things for the gift gallery too. Now we'll focus on those later on. Custom the day off work. Yes, Patty. God mode. Yeah, being able to like actually like do things, which is kind of cool. I'm just going to up the goal on TikTok when we're slaying for the day. Meredith, welcome back. Hello, hello. Oh my gosh. Can my computer not be silly? Can my computer not be silly? Yeah, we're gonna do a custom game after this round. Yeah, they did a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch they did, Caleb. We're gonna try it, Meredith. We're trying it here in just a few. Yes, absolutely, Michaela. Yeah. Any witches? Yeah, absolutely. And guys, we're 2 followers away from 60 followers on TikTok this stream. So if you're just going by and not following for Zesty Bestie, that's curious. Shark just followed. Bounce up and down. Well, yes. Was I driving the bus again? Oh my God, every fucking time. I haven't listened to it, Jack. Every time I miss it. Might be. My bad, girls, my bad. My bad, girls, my bad. You know what? I don't want to do it though. I don't care. Let them try, you know? I don't care. I don't want to drive the bus. I'm not working, okay? I don't have my CDL or whatever it requires for you to be able to drive a bus anyways. How am I supposed to drive it? We're gonna crash. You know? Hi, Stacy. How are you, babes? Welcome in. I don't have a CDL. Yeah, I don't got a CDL. What am I gonna do? Oh, yeah. Forever Rampager, yeah. Vertical mode. Those are the things we have. Like, what am I supposed to do? Let's just grab one of these for now. Because I don't feel like hunting for whatever. Bus driver, no, they passed. They're supposed to let truly Letty. Ariel Purple, you think we can lock in on the goals for the day too? Since TikTok is locked in, I know we're doing the campaign on TikTok, so I'm not going too crazy with Purple, but. Hi, Miss Glitches, how are you? We'll probably do a recap. I'm also kind of like Jeff Bezos is co-sponsoring or whatever, so I'm kind of like, ugh. You know, but I definitely look at some looks for sure. See, thank you for the follow. You burned up your mouth. I would literally jump out of a building. I couldn't. Hi, Bessie. What type of book genres are you into right now? Kayla, how dare you ask me this? Because you guys convinced me to read a smut book, and now it's bad. Where is the damn book? I literally have it right here. I finished this book in 2 days, and it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. It's nasty. It's nasty. I am special. Now, I know. Oh, that's not even real smut, babe. What do you mean that's not real smut? What do you mean that's not real smut? It's real to me. Okay, not Leah Michelle. Show book again, please. Cat. Keep it in your pants, girl. Cat, keep it in your pants, girl. Butcher and Blackbird, honey. Keep it in your pants, girly. Who's over there? We'll be reading. Thought it said, but well. Now I'm doing the shitty thing and I'm third partying. The question is, where is he? Where did he go? And say slay in the chat, guys, if you're scrolling by on TikTok. Purple, we may need some real love on TikTok. I don't know what is going on today. Fortnite never does this bad to us. I'm actually like shocked. I'm actually shocked. Yeah, it was good. Catherine, thank you for the heartbeat. Oh my God. I hate this because I got a third partier now too. Like I can't even go after this fight in peace because I have a third partier on me now too. Like it's actually so annoying. Like girl. Ugh, I can't even go after a fight in peace. Because these third parties. God, that's so true. And this guy probably healed up too, which is really annoying. Baby Tom Notch Live, yeah. Catherine, thank you for the harmony, by the way, guys. Don't forget your daily harmonies for coming on TikTok. Damn it, I didn't mean to take fall damage there. Where is this guy? I know he's fully healed now too, which is so annoying. I swear, between runners and third partiers this season, it's like never ending. It's never ending, guys. Between runners and third partiers this season, I feel like it's quite literally a never ending cycle. It's a never-ending cycle. Okay, I don't, this guy left. And guys, let me know if you're seeing this in your FYP. Can you say slay in the chat if I am on your For You page right now on TikTok? If I'm on your For You page right now on TikTok, can you say slay in the chat? Let me know if you are seeing this live. If you are in the live, please don't say slay. Only if you're coming on the FYP and you're seeing it. If you are in the live, please don't say slay because it makes things all confusing for me. I'm trying to see if we are on the FYP or not. And he didn't even eliminate me. It's the other guy who got me. Oh my God. I can't. It's the other guy across the way. Slay. I can't. Okay, we're doing customs because I cannot for the rest of the day with this shit. Glenn Coco, how are you? How are you, baddie? I quite literally cannot. I quite literally cannot. All right, we're gonna try the custom out and see how it goes, baddies. Okay, let me try it out here. I'm doing okay. Things are being funky for us today on TikTok. We're doing all right. All right, I want to see if I got the right thing. We're gonna see if this works, baddies. Okay. You need to be on NA Central, baddies. 0 build solos. The code is SLAY123. SLAY123 for the code, y'all. SLAY123 for the code. If you want to join in for the afternoon. For the afternoon, SLAY123. We got somebody in. Okay, so it did work. Slay. NA Central. If you don't know how to do this, I'm going to tell you guys, Google it. In the most loving way possible. Please just Google. Please just Google. Hi, CMS. How are you? No, that's okay. I'm glad you're here. Slay123 is the code. We are doing customs, baddies. If you want to join in, Slay123. If you would like to join in. We went off. Yes, we shall see. We got 7 folks in. I'm going to see how many we can get in for this round, y'all. For this round. I'm so bad at this game, but I'm so excited for this. Yeah. I'm also doing this, guys, as a test because I can control things now. So I want to see what the controls are like. I want to see what the controls are like for this. I'm going to check the goal off, see if that helps a little bit. See what the controls are like. And see how they feel. We got 10 folks in, y'all. We need at least 20 to get us going for this round. And guys, let's see how we're doing on our place. We are 25th place still on. We're in top 25. I'll say we slayed with top 25. That's good. That's good. Y'all slayed. Y'all slayed. We do have our goals on purple though. On purple as well. Dado, but thanks for believing me. Absolutely. Your mic is kind of quiet. Pinta, it's a TikTok issue. It's not me. You need to leave the live and come back in, and you should be good. Should be good after that. Hold on one second. Sorry, one second, guys. Okay. Hi, Slim. How are you? Or play, no worries. No worries. Welcome in, y'all. Hello, hello. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Sorry, guys. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Sorry, I had a message I had to look at. Okay, we got 15 folks in, guys. If you want to join in, right now is the chance. If you want to join our custom match, the code is SLAY123. SLAY123. And Slim, thank you for the gamer level up. I appreciate it. SLAY123. if you would like to join in for that. If you would like to join in for that. Slay 123 to join. We have 15 folks in. And today may not be, if we don't get any more folks, we probably only run one custom because it looks like we might just not have enough folks to do it today, but we'll see how we can do with even just 16 people. And guys, thank you for doing a tap and share on TikTok. We are 1 follower away from 60 followers. So make sure to say hello and join in.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call
TikTok needs some real love today, guys. I really need your help on TikTok today. Presley, give it a follow.
TGIRL. You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and
Tell. It go from ATL. We need some real love on TikTok today. I don't know what's going on, but we need some real support over there. So thank you guys so much. NA Central, yes, NA Central. Thank you so much for the follow, Presley. I appreciate it. Thank you, Riley. Yeah, thank you for tapping, sharing all those good things. I don't know what's going on with TikTok, but it's been really rough for us today. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening. Thank you. Say thanks, Mary. Thank you guys for the gifties. I appreciate it. Okay, guys, we're gonna start the round in. I'm gonna give folks 3 more minutes to join. 3 more minutes to join if you want to join in.
I want fabulous.
Now is your chance.
Sample request, all things fabulous.
Kai, you're gonna scroll down to where you. Well, let me hold on.
I need something inspiring to help me get along. I need a
Night
little
realms.
fabulous. Is that so wrong?
If you scroll down to where you enter in the custom key in the bottom, if you scroll down to like pick a new area, there should be a custom key option in the bottom right hand corner, and you put the key Slay123 in. Thank you so much, Mystic, for the gamer cat, and Tax, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. So that's where you can enter it in, baddies. Hold on, I got another message I need to respond to. I swear I can't even turn away for 2 seconds without getting another message. Bum, 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 bum. 1 second. Wait. Oh my God, I'm missing it. Who sent me the screenshot of them not being able to see my live the other day? Was it Francisco? Who was it? Was it Francisco? Francisco, are you here, Batty? Can you resend it to me? I lost the image and TikTok is wanting it. The code is Slay123. Slay123. Was it Francisco? I don't know if Francisco's still here or not. I'll have to message them later. See if I can get that going. See if I can get that going. All right, guys, we got 18 folks in. We're going to start in 1 minute. 1 minute, y'all. We're going to start this custom match in 1 minute, baddies. 1 minute. I'm doing okay, E-Rock. I'm doing okay. We're living. Today's an interesting day. But we're living. We're going to give it 1 more minute, y'all. Join in if you want to join in now. Now is the chance. Now be the chance if you want to join in. Okay, last chance, guys. I gotta start it soon because we're just dropping on TikTok like nothing. We gotta have some action on there. All right, Roach, you're gonna have to join the next one. I'm so sorry. We're gonna have to get you in on the next one. Spellbound, thank you for the follow. Thank you, guys. All right, we're gonna start this one off. We're kicking her off. Sorry, guys. If we were not like dying on TikTok today, I'd be like, yeah, no worries, we can wait. But unfortunately, TikTok is struggle lesson for us, so I gotta keep it moving. Glenn Coco, thank you for the gamer level ups. I want to test it. Basically, we're doing this to test also the new features because I haven't been able to test them. So how do I? Wait, how do I even do this stuff? Where is it? How do I do the? Where is it? Is there like a? It doesn't, Nicole. It's really only helpful for when it's new folks. Like, that's why we're having really big issues. Sorry. I don't know how to do the new Fortnite customs things. Wait, press pause button. Is there an admin mode? Where is it? Okay, I don't really know what happened. No, was I supposed to activate? Where was it in the settings though? I don't even see it. I quite literally just Googled it, alien. I don't understand. Yeah, I'm just trying to see where the settings are, but I can't see where they are. Well, that's kind of annoying. Okay, I kind of want to log out to see, because I need to figure out how to do this. The whole point was for me to figure out how to do this, so I don't know. Sorry, guys, I'm getting annoyed now. Hi, Bree, how are you? In the sidebar during a match, but where on the sidebar? Admin, that is the most confusing. Okay, thank you so much. That was the most confusing way. They should just have like a button that you press. So if I turn on God mode, I'm alive forever. Okay. Oh, and I can change the time of day. If I run this command, I can change to 8 a.m. Storm radius, storm wait time. Ooh, okay, wait, T. So if I set your guys' health to like what? 7, 6. Did you all die? Wait, did everyone die? What happened? Did you all die? I set your guys' health to 7. Oops. Oops. wait, why does it click rematch? Wait, that's so funny. I thought I could just set it to, why did it go so low? Wait, I don't understand. Guess I was a little too low. I guess it was a little too low. Let me set a new one. Let me set a new code. We'll try it again. Okay. Phone 123 is the code, baddies. Phone 123. Oh, that was so funny. I actually don't know why, because I set your guys' health to 7, so you would have health, wouldn't you? That's funny as shit. Oh, that's hysterical. Insta death. Hey, from Ireland. Hi, we've been on for 4 hours and 31 minutes so far today. More like -7. I know. Did I set it to, maybe I set it to -7 by accident? I don't even know. That's so funny though. He said, die, baby, die. I just want to play with it a little bit, guys. So we're kind of just testing for right now. Fox, were you the one who sent me the thing for TikTok, or was it Francisco? I can't remember if it was you or Francisco who said they couldn't see my live. Was it you, Fox, or was it Francisco? I cackled. Girl, I had to laugh. Girl, like, what? That was Francisco, not me. Okay, I couldn't remember who it was. Does it say points? Oh, my bad. Oh, well. I think I could only type in a certain number of words. I can't remember how many points actually is. It's a lot, though. It's like basically like, it would take us all the way up because it's a big one. Oh, thank you, Ken. I appreciate you, baddie. Thank you, thank you. Points. Finding a new way to rage bait, literally. Okay, I'm gonna start this match, guys, because I just want to test. I just want to test and see what happens. Pressy, thank you for the gamer taters. I just want to test things out and see how it runs. You know what I mean? And see how she runs. Okay, so now I have this end pill, so I'm God now. I can also kick people. Fressa, sorry, I'm testing this on you. Did I just kick you, Fressa? I just tested it to see. Did that kick you? Sorry, Fressa, you were our sacrifice this round. You were our sacrifice this round, Fressa. Did it kick you? Fressa's like, I'm not even here. Fuck you. I can change the time of day speed too. I set it to 10. Wait, it did kick you, Fressa? Okay, wait, I love that. I wanted to test it out, guys. Okay, so now I have the time of day going crazy. Micah, when we have the code up, you can join in that way. We're kind of testing it out right now. We'll do like a real one here in a few. I'm kind of just testing, guys. The way you're smirking, I know. Hi, Zoloft, how are you? So I'll never die. Wait, somebody come stream snipe me and try and shoot me, guys. Because I'm set to God mode. Somebody come stream snipe me and try and shoot me. Someone do it. I'm here. Come kill me. Everybody come to this Humble Hills. Everybody on the map, get your ass over here. Everybody get your ass over here. I know, Seamus. I'm doing good. Everybody get your ass over here. And no fighting each other. I want to test. We're testing right now, girlies. Get your ass over here. I love how no one's coming. I know. I'll start kicking people. Oh, here you all are. Okay. Go ahead. Somebody grab a gun and try and shoot me and see what happens. So go grab a gun. Wait. Okay, stop. Fuck. Okay, so that didn't work. Girl, what the fuck? Wow. Can I still do admin panel? It said God mode was on. Okay, let me try this. If I set your guys' health to 15, are you guys all at 15 health now? Did it work? No? Or do I have to be in the game? I'm at 100 still. That's weird. Maybe because I died. Maybe because I died. Let me change it to like nighttime. Is it nighttime now outside? Okay, I changed the time of day. Oh, wait, am I only messing with Dragon? Oh, wait, am I only messing with one person? Wait, who am I observing right now? Is this Mary? This is Mary, right? What did I do? This is Riles. Okay, Riles. Oh, did I kick you? Sorry, did I kick you? Oh, I'm sorry, babes. No, that didn't change the health. I thought it was for everything. Nice, Miss Glitches. Wait, that's awesome. Welcome to the club. Guys, I'm just trying to see like what I need to do. Hold on. I guess it's not working. Okay, wait. So if I have... So is the storm happening now? Oh my God, I can make the radius. Look how big the radius is for the storm. Wait, that's so funny. And now if I change it, hold on. Say I set it to like... You're all stuck in the storm. Ow! I made it so tiny you're all gonna fucking die. Everybody get to circle. Wait, that's so funny. Oh, I love this. What is the wait time? Girl, I'm scared. Are you guys taking damage from the storm? Make it a 50. How do I make it a 50 tick though? Some of it's not working. Like some of it's not. It's not killing you guys though, is it? Okay, I feel like I need to test it, but with me being alive. Okay, I can change the time it takes. But you guys are in storm technically. Oh, she broken. Oh, she busted. What you guys doing? What's going on over here? So can I just like kick everybody if I wanted to? Oh, I'm just kicking everyone from the game. Who's gonna be next? Who's it gonna be? Look out, who's getting kicked? Who's gonna win? Who's it gonna be? Who will be the last one standing? Did I break it? Oh. There goes Dr. Pepper Girly. Is that it? Everybody's gone. Everybody's gone. Okay, so that's fun. Okay, I want to try it again. I kicked everybody. I want to try it again, but this time I need to stay in the game to see if because I didn't obviously die. Okay, let me change the code. Hold on. Okay, the code is going to be Plant123. Did you win? I didn't see if anybody won. Plant123. Again, we're just testing right now, guys. We'll do like an actual round here in a few. I just want to test this out first. And Betty's, don't forget, we do have our sub goal today on Purple. We are 10 subs away from our sub goal. And we are kind of slaying. We're almost to top 20 on the campaign right now, guys, on TikTok. So thank you, guys. We're getting there. We're getting there, y'all. We're all winners, really. Hannah, thank you for the gold boxing gloves. Again, I'm kind of just, you guys are the guinea pigs. You guys are the guinea pigs, okay? You guys are the guinea pigs, all right? Josh, we now have like admin control over stuff or I do when I host the customs, so I can do like specific things. So we're kind of like testing out a little bit. Oh, great, lovers, I'm so glad. Guys, we're almost to 65 followers on TikTok. If you're scrolling by,
Bitch, you know
you better follow
I
right now.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God. Okay, guys, we're gonna pick one place to land.
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go for
Everybody land at Dark Dominion, okay? Everybody go to Dark Dominion. All right? Everybody go to Dark Dominion. This game is bad for me. I know. Everybody go to Dark Dominion. In a wig queen. Maybe I'll have to pull the wig out today, lovers. Yeah, don't worry if you didn't make it in time, y'all. We're just testing. I'm testing for a few. Alex, thank you for the rose. I appreciate you. And guys, let's shout out the next follower on TikTok. Who's gonna be the next one? If you're scrolling by the FYP right now and you're willing to leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie, we're gonna shout you out literally right now. For a baddie. We're gonna shout out a baddie right now. Lana, how are you? If you're joining in, and leave a follow right now. Babely, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And that you are. I'm doing all right. All right, let's land here. Okay, so I want to try. So here's the thing. If I do the admin panel and I turn on God mode, will I take fall damage? Can one of you try? Just someone do one shot on me. Who are you? Come here. Do one shot on me. No, now I'm not dying. Okay, so I have to be in the game. So now I'm not dying. Hee hee. Okay, so I'm invincible. Now, let's see. If I set your health. Did that change your guys' health? Yes, it did. Did that change your guys's? Now wait, if I want to change, hold on. Did that get rid of your shield, guys? Oh wait, how do I get rid of your over shields? You took my shield? Okay, good. Okay, nobody drink a shield right now. How much health do you have? We're playing, everybody. Okay, so it's still, you guys still have over shields. I wish I could turn, I think you guys have over shield, right? Oh, that's weird. No worries, Samantha. You might have to give it a minute. You guys still have over shield? Like the 50 over shield, y'all? Yes, okay. So we'd have to do, like, if we ever did hide and seek, we'd have to do like builds or something so there's no over shield. Okay. Okay. Now let's try something. Are we ready? Wait, how do I? Okay, now we've got Storm. Now, will somebody see if they take Storm damage out here? Oh, let me set your guys' health higher so you don't die. Well, are any of you taking damage? No. Interesting. I wonder why it's not working for the damage. That's weird. Not right now, no. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Let me change the... Someone there's a first... Oh, is there a first storm glitch? Oh, there's summer's bugged in all of Fort right now. Oh, is it really? Hi, Kyler. How are you? Savage Mercy, thank you for the heart me. Wait, I changed the time, I think. Okay, so it should change. Hi, Kyler. And if you guys try and heal, you won't be able to get health, right? Let's see if you guys die in Storm now. Is Storm moving? Storm is not moving. That's weird. Hi, Kyler. You were? Okay. Okay, so the Storm stuff doesn't really work that well. It seems like the Storm shit's kind of broken, not gonna lie. Look, it's like kind of busted. The Storm stuff's kind of busted. Wow, wouldn't it be epic if there was something bugged with it? Hi, Cammy, how are you? Okay, but fun though. Okay, now we'll do a regular one, guys. All right, everybody leave. We'll do a regular one now. All right. All right, now we're gonna do like a regular round where we actually do the fighting. If you're joining in, guys, make sure to say Slay on TikTok. Let me know if you're in the live.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text
Say
me,
hello.
bitch, it's slow, can't get
Oh my God. You are Casey. Okay, so it's just the first thing.
ITGIRL. You know
I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell.
Well, yeah.
Girlfriend ATL.
Okay. Let's do. Hold on. Let me set a name here. Water 123. Lexi, thank you for the gamer level ups. Welcome in. Okay, the code, guys, is water123. Water123. Water123 is the code. If you guys want to join in, we're doing a custom match. It's gonna be a regular match, guys. Regular, normal ass match, y'all. Regular, normal ass match. Water123. Water123. Thank you so much, Lexi, for those gamer level ups. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. But it was weird. Yeah, it was like very buggy. I just feel like it's kind of bugged out a little bit. The Storm, was it Kaylee? Was it? Shook. Well, at least we, the nice thing is I'm going to be able to, if we ever have any stream snipers, we can kick them immediately. You know what I mean? So that's the good thing. That's the real good thing. And we can also do like hide and seek and stuff, you know? We can also do like hide and seek eventually where I set everybody's health to like 1 hit. So if they get hit once, they're dead. You know what I mean? So that's also good news. Cheyenne, thank you for the spring sunset, baddie. Wait, I really appreciate that. Oh, multiple. Oh my God, Cheyenne with 5 spring sunsets. Are you kidding me?
Baby, I shake that ice.
Oh,
I shake that ice.
or 4 of them. Thank you. Yeah, right, Kirby. I think it'd be fun.
I shake that ice.
Thank you, baddie. That just put us in 23rd place, by the way. Thank you so much for that. Tiffany and Presley, thank you for the gifties as well. And guys, we're almost to 65 followers on TikTok. We do have our goals on purple. It didn't look like it gave me the option for a weapon pool, Meredith. I wish it would. That would be really cool. I hope eventually they'll add more stuff like that in, you know? That would be sick. Thank you guys for the gamer level ups. I'm going to set a new goal. Thank you. Thank you. We'll do gamer taters for the last bit, y'all. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I don't know why TikTok's being funky. I did send a message to TikTok about it, so we'll see. Oh, thank you, Shane. That means a lot to me. It would be cool if we could set the weapon pool, though. All right, guys, last chance to join in. There's only 25 folks in. If you want to join in, we are doing right now. The code is water123. Water123 if you would like to join the custom match. Water123. Zero build solo, Mel. Tiffany, thank you for the gamer taters. Zero build solo right now. Zero build solo right now. Thank you, Nixie, for the gamer tater as well. Because of the headset, it's true. Zero build solo. A last chance to join in, guys. I'm gonna give it 3 minutes. 3 minutes, y'all. 3 minutes to join if you want to join in. Not even, maybe even less than that. Maybe even less than that, baddies. Adina, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I can't type today. That's okay. It doesn't work. It does work because we have 26 people in, so it's just not working for you, babes. But you need to make sure you're on Zero Build, NA Central. Code is water123, all lowercase, and then hit start match. No worries, Alex. Yeah. That's a great idea, Mr. Geo. I love that. I love that. I love that idea. Super, super fun. Okay. All right, y'all. Last chance to join in. If you want to join in, we're going to give it just another minute. We don't have a ton of folks in for this, but that's okay. I think it's just because it's Monday. It's a little bit of a quieter day. Little bit of a quieter day. Sorry, I was looking at a message that came through. What time is it for you guys right now in PT time? In Pacific? Is it 3 hours ahead of me or 3 hours behind me? It's 3 o'clock for you guys right now. So that would be... So 12 p.m. would be 3 o'clock for me, right? Yes. Yes. Okay, Slay. Sorry, I'm like looking at a email that I got. Can you drop for 27 minutes? Okay. All right, guys, we're going to start it up, guys. Last chance to join in if you want to join in. Last chance, y'all. Some people somebody's asked me if I could like meet with them. And so they sent me all the times in Pacific. And I'm like, oh, my brain. We're just doing one custom for now, D. Just we were testing out things. It's just one custom right now. Code is water123, all lowercase. What should happen when you enter the code and you ready up, you should see queued players. And right now there's 30. That's what you should see is queued players 30 right now. Queued players 30. Hi, Megan. Welcome back. You should see queued players 30. All right, baddies. Let's see. Also, while we wait, do you think we can finish out our sub goal for the day on purple? Slayer out for the afternoon, perhaps.
Now I'm bashful.
I didn't know.
I'm bashful.
I'm bashful.
Everyone say, don't be bashful, Lorix.
Don't be bashful. Okay. I'm glad you're able to join. All right, give it just another minute, y'all. How do I join? If you don't know how to join a custom, please Google it in the most loving way possible. Otherwise, I have to explain it 15 times. 15 times. Please Google how to join custom. But really, you go to your settings, make sure you're at NA Central. Then you enter the code in, which is water123, water123. And then that's all you got to do. Water123. And then ready up. I'm ready. But yes, if you Google it right now, it'll give you actually the exact things I just said. Match the server region, select the mode, enter the custom key, and then ready up. And then ready up. And we should be good to go. But yes, you have to like scroll down. The way you can find the custom key button is at the bottom right-hand corner. If you scroll down in the bottom right-hand corner here, it's kind of hard to see on TikTok a little bit because it's blocked off a little, but in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a custom key button. As if you're going to go select a new game mode, y'all. I'm going to give folks just another minute. Code is pinned, Green Bean. It's water123. Water123. I'm ready. We're going to give folks just another minute, y'all. Just another minute to join in. Are there rules? No, this should be regular zero build. Regular zero build moment. Just regular zero build. Oh, did we do that? Just regular zero build. Oh, welcome in, Dr. Pepper. I'm so glad you're here. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. We're happy to help where we can. Oh, girl, what is going on? I'm trying to log into something real quick, guys. I'm nervous. Don't be nervous. Just like a regular game, but it's just our community, you know? But it's just our community. Okay, so wait, 9:30 Pacific Standard Time would be 9:30 to 10:30, 10:30 to 11:30. That'd be 12:30 my time, right? That'd be 12:30 my time. Make sure you have all the things correct, Katie. You have to keep doing it. Check it to see. 12:30 my time, right? Yeah. Okay, I think that's the only time that would work for me then. Okay. Has to be NA Central. NA Central. No, you're good, Adina. I'm sure it'll be fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right, guys. Just last chance to join in if you want to join in. Batty, so sorry. I got a message from TikTok that I had to do. For those of you who had the issue with the volume button, where my volume is low when you join in on TikTok, for those who had that issue, if it happens again for you guys, can you do me a favor and screen record it and send it to me? TikTok is looking for recordings of what it looks like and sounds like. So when you come in and it's really, really quiet, if you can screen record and then leave and then come back in. If any of you have had that issue today at all, if it happens again for you over the next few days when we're streaming, if it happens at all, if any of you could screen record that. TikTok asked, they love to see proof when there's an issue. So if any of you, I know a couple of you reported it today that you guys were having the issue on TikTok. So if you hear my microphone super quiet, please let me know in the chat and I might ask you to be like, hey, can you screen record that and send it to me? And send it to me, please. Indeed, thank you for the heart me. Mr. Yo, I'm gonna play this game. I'm gonna play. And make sure it's all lowercase. Water 123. Water 123. Water 123. Hi, Ashlyn. How are you? What camera is chicken? I use a Sony mirrorless A6100. A6100. Hi, M. How are you? Yes, but lowercase. It's all lowercase. Last chance, y'all. We're gonna have just another minute, y'all. Just another moment. Baddies. Let's play our intro though, real quick to say hello if you're new, real quick.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. Ain't girlfriend, ATL.
Oh my God, she's bald. All right, you guys in? All right, slay. Is anybody experiencing the low volume thing on TikTok right now? By You have to click start, Katie. So you have to click like start match as if you're joining the match. You have to hit play. Did you hit play? I'm curious to join it. Googling is the best, but NA Central, guys, and then you go to regular zero build solos, scroll down to where you can hit the custom key button, enter the code, and then ready up. Ready up as you normally would. I didn't have typing in the. Do you have the? What location do you have it set to though, Katie? Do you have it set to like? Do you have it on NA Central or do you have it on NA East? It also depends what location you have set to. Yeah, you have to have the right time zone or it will. You got it? Okay, yay! I'm glad you got it. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. All right, we got everybody in. All right, are we ready? Are we ready, y'all? Should we get going? Are we hot to go? We're starting. Cameron, you can be on East or Central. It's just because they're combined in zero build. But if they were on like Europe servers or something, it wouldn't work. But if you're on East or on Central, it'll work still. Because they're combined servers now for zero build. But if say they were on like Europe servers, it wouldn't work. And guys, this is a regular game, y'all. Regular game for this one. Regular game for this one. Shelly with the raid. Hello, raiders. Hi, baddies. How was your stream? We're doing a little custom match before we end up the day. Welcome in. Thank you for bringing your community over. Thank you for bringing your community over. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Green Bean is driving, guys. Guys, Green Bean is driving. You better take us somewhere good, babes. They carry over each match, Jayhawks. Yeah, the only thing that changes is the code. I changed the code each match. Oh, well, I'm glad you did. What were you guys playing? Were you playing Fortnite or something else? Or something else? And if you guys are new here, let's play my intro while we land. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie, and this is.
It's Britney, bitch.
Correct, Pepsi. And thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. We're doing a custom match, guys. I think we got it all set up and working, though. Terrible driving record. Wait, that's so funny. Sherry, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for help with the goals, by the way. We just have our goal on purple now. TikTok's laid up the goal. So we just got purple for the rest of the day. Hot to go. Oh. And Marvevi, thank you for the follow too. So God Mode made it so I was immune to everybody, Ricky. Oh, of course. Yes, go do what you gotta do, baddie. No worries at all. Thank you again. God Mode made it so you can't kill me, Ricky, basically. Basically, you can't touch me. And Zach, thank you for the follow. Girl, why did that? Hello? Did that not work? So he's scary. Yeah, that's because there's only. Oh, hi, girl. I didn't even see you there. Hi, girl. I'll let you run. You run, girl. You run. I'll let you run. I didn't even see you there. I'm so nervous. Don't be nervous. You're gonna slay. Oh, what? Come on. Now. Now you don't be a little shit there. Now who was that? Who doth disturb me? Girl, why do I have 1 million? Do that for now. Do. I love it, Jaquee. As you should be. As you should be, Batty. I like your vibe. You should get a vibrator. Honey, I got 3. My Rose toys in my closet. I got too many of them. Oh, Trin, yes. I hope you're doing good. Well. Period. BR is the best of Maya to start. I think to learn. I think to learn BR is the best. Probably. Just regular and 0 build. Personally, I would say 0 build. I do like Blitz, yeah. I don't play it very often on stream because it's so fast paced that I can't really pay attention to chat as much, which I like to do. So I don't play a ton on stream, but I do like it. And we just started playing Reload recently again. I didn't play any today, but we have played Reload. No, teaming is not allowed. No teaming. We might tomorrow just play Fortnite as well. Or we might play, I don't know. Sorry, Forever Boy, I love you. And Missy for the follow, I appreciate it. Girl, well. Well. What did you want me to do? Report him, TBH. I was just chilling. I'm sorry, Queen. I'm sorry. Is there XP here? No. It's an honor. No, Fox dead too. Ali, thank you for the gamer taters. TikTok is slaying today. Purple, we're very close. I don't know if we can slay up the rest of our goal, but we are so close to it. We need to rally for it, though, if we did. Who just pumped me? Hi, Bella. I'm doing good. How are you? Good to see you. Anything in the chest here? Nada. And guys, let me know if you do have a volume issue on TikTok, by the way. Top 10 on TikTok. Sue, we fell out of, the competition's still going on. We're 23 right now, I think, right? Get out of here. Get out of here. How'd you know? Who told you? Who told your ass? I did read it, though. That book be crazy. I just ordered the second book. Cheyenne, thank you for the spring sunsets. Oh my gosh. Cheyenne with 3 springs. Oh my God. Oh, TikTok, you were slaying today. So I see you because we've had such low folks today because we've had some weird TikTok bugs. So thank you. 28th place. Oh no. That's okay, Batty. You can't win them all. You can't win them all. That's all right. But yes, I did read Butcher Blackbird. It was good. I want a gay version of it, though. That's what I want. I want the smut, but a gay version of it. You got 25. I'm glad you were able to get in, though, Kitty. That's awesome. We'll do more of these tomorrow, probably. If we don't play Tomodachi Life. Happens to the best of us, yeah. Bella, yes, we are bringing back Minecraft. We're doing an SMP. I've just been burnt out on like regular ass Minecraft. And I'm feeling like we could go back to it, but we're doing an SMP very, very soon. Probably starting either at the end of this week or next week. So Minecraft will be returning. Minecraft will be returning. Tomo, yeah. GTA roleplay I really want to do. I need to get somebody who knows the game very, very well to get that set up. Mod of Minecraft fact. Now, I gotta find mod of Minecraft that's not like too insane. Because mod of Minecraft got very overstimulating for me. I'm not gonna lie. Broth, was that you that I got? I'm so sorry, Batty. Thank you for the laughing taco. Chicken asparagus? Ooh, that sounds good though. I have a frozen pizza I think I'm gonna cook for dinner tonight. I am too. I've never had Panda Express before. Ooh, nice, Megan. I've never had Panda Express before. I just don't have it near me. I've never tried to have it. I used to have it all. I already have all these. Was it green beans? What is McFrick? Is that just McDonald's? Is it like Americanized Chinese food? That's what I assume it's like, but tell me if I'm wrong there. Tell me if I'm wrong there. Def Marius was so good. I mean, I love Chinese food. I love it. Have we won? No, today has been the sweatiest day for these games I've ever played. It's been insane. We're doing a custom match right now, Megan, with just the community. Because it's been so it's been like insanely sweaty today. Like, I swear, I don't think we got, I mean, we got like top 5 like maybe once today. Maybe once today. The custom match is just folks in the community right now. So these are all people watching the stream right now. Or are hanging out around the stream. Sorry, girl. Sorry, girl. Is everything good though? Who's shooting at me? My aim's ass right now. Ooh, too many people. Ooh, too many people, y'all. Papa needs heals. Papa needs heals. So nervous? No, don't be nervous. It's all for fun. It's all for fun. It's just us baddies. Guys, do ever sub go, by the way, on purple? We're almost there with it for the day. And if you're new here, welcome in. We're doing custom matches. Make sure to leave a follow for a zesty bestie if you're joining in. Happy Monday. Ooh. This is probably our last round for the day, Ryan. Probably. You too, Bobby. CC, thank you for the heart me. Trying to clock. Somebody's over there. There's fighting every which way, y'all. God, sometimes I can hit the shot, sometimes I can't. Sorry, babes. Sorry, babes. Sorry, honey. Okay, gotta move. Questions, you have any good shit? Yes, you did. Well, I can't see where we're at. Girl. I'm dead here. I'm cooked. I'm cooked, guys. I'm cooked. Chat, I'm cooked. Chat, I'm cooked. Chat, I'm cooked. I may be cooked here. Oh, God. What the fuck? Damn! Wait, what are those back in the game? I had no other heals. But baddies, let's see. Who's gonna win next? We got King Godo, whoever that is. We got Dr. Pepper. Is it just 1v1? It's 1v1. Dr. Pepper and King Godo. Yeah, we're doing customs right now, baddies. And we do have our sub gold guys on purple. Oh, Dr. Pepper Girly with the win. Okay, Dr. Pepper Girly. Slay, honey. Guys, those what were those called? The pistols? What are those? I didn't even know they were in the game. I was like, wait, shook. And our first day on Twitch too. Yes, congrats, Batty. Fig, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Kill switch, yeah, the kill switches. I was like, when I saw those, I was like, oh my God. I probably shouldn't have taken them because I realized that I should have kept my other stuff, but alas. All right, baddies. I do think this is where we're going to wrap for the afternoon. I do think so. Let's see how we did, baddies, on the competition, y'all. Let's see how we did, shall we? Let's see how we did on TikTok. Let's see. Yeah, I want to go for a walk before it gets nighttime. So we are in 22nd place, guys. Thank you so much. We almost got to top 20 on TikTok. We didn't hit the goals on purple, but that's okay. We didn't hit them, but that's all right. But we got to 22nd place on TikTok. So thank you so much. Maybe tomorrow we'll get to top 10. Yeah, I had no health. I only had 30 health left. I had nothing. Enjoy the walk. Thank you, Mary. Guys, thank you for all the love and support today. I appreciate it. Hopefully TikTok will be back to normal tomorrow and fixed. We'll see. She's being funky for us. But I want to thank you all so much for being here. Your presence above all else is a present. I'm sorry, One Blunt. Yes, we've been live for a little over 5 hours. So a girl, 5.5 hours. A girl is tired. Back about, I love it. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support that you guys give, though, every day. Means a lot to me. We're going to end the TikTok live, but we're going to wrap up over on Twitch. So come join us over there so we can raid on out, baddies, because we want to do the little raid here. All right, so come join us for the raid. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for being you, for being fabulous, for being wonderful. And of course, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what we're playing tomorrow. I don't know if we're doing Fortnite or something else, but we'll see. You'll just have to come and find out. But I'm going to go for a walk. All right, I'm ending the TikTok live here. I love you guys. Mwah! I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, TikTok. Lots of love. See ya. All right, we ended the TikTok live. Let me switch over to the full video over here on purple. Guys, thank you again so much for all the love. We did amazing today. Thank you for supporting over here and on TikTok. I don't know why TikTok was being so funky with us today, but I had a great little stream. We almost slayed our goals, so thank you. As always, you guys' presence means more than anything else. Let's see who we've got that we can show some love to, though, for the rest of the afternoon. Let's go raid Flex, baddies. Let's raid Flex and show some love to Flex, okay? Thank you guys again for all the love. Tomorrow we'll finish out the goals and just keep doing what we do. Thank you. Please take care of yourselves. Get some rest. All that good shit. And I will, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you a lot. Please take care.